All right, good morning, everyone. Let me know if the sound is good. Let me, because I am having some issues with my microphone this morning, so let me know in the comment section if the sound is good. Let me know in the comments, is the sound good? Sound is perfect, good. What's up, Diana? Welcome to the live stream. Happy to have you here. Happy to have everyone in here. Thank you for confirming the sound. Hope you're all doing good here today. Let me know. Is there anything you're watching today? Anything that you're trading? I wanted to show you something here on the S&P 500 to begin with. We talked a little bit about the S&P 500 yesterday. We had some, I wrote an article yesterday, sent out an article to my newsletter followers, and talked about how basically asking the question, is the AI narrative stronger in a positive way than the tariffs narrative is stronger in a negative way? So basically, is the tariffs going to cause a market pullback like we saw here, with the news last week, and then we had Trump talking about the tariffs. Obviously, we saw a retrace back down. We saw a risk-off move on Thursday and Friday. Monday came along, recovered all of Friday's bearish move with a strong bullish candle on the Monday. But then we hit that local resistance at 6,350. Now, something that a lot of people have been talking about is the market breadth in the S&P 500. A few number of companies are leading this rally, and looking at the U.S., especially the U.S. and the U.S. stock market, it's very heavy in the tech space. We got companies like, we all know about Nvidia, Nvidia's market capitalization. It's quite a big percentage of the S&P 500, and compared with you got Nvidia, you got Google, you got Meta, you got Facebook, and they're all invested into AI, right? They're all focused very much on AI. We have something called the ADL line, or the Advanced Decline line. This is an indicator that technical analysts use to look at the market breadth in the indices. So in this example, we've added it to the S&P 500. Now, one thing you can do here is you can look at simple divergences. So, for example, if the S&P 500 is creating higher highs, but the advanced decline line is creating lower highs. Now, what is this telling us about the overall market? Or we can look at this, right? I've added a resistance level right here on the ADA line, and that is from this area right here. We have equal highs. Okay, so from this area right here, you can see that, yes, we broke above that high on the ADL right here, but then, the market started trading higher, and we broke a high right here. But when that high was broken on the index, we had, equal highs on the ADL, and actually a declining, a downwards trending ADL line, which means that while the index is showing strength and breaking out to the upside, it shows that only a small percentage, or a minority of the stocks in this index are actually fueling this move, because the ADA line is calculated by looking at how many of the stocks are advancing versus how many of the stocks are declining. If more stocks in the index are advancing, going up, compared to the number of stocks going down, declining, then the line is going down. That's the advanced decline line. It's a very simple measurement and a very simple technical tool that you can use to look at the overall strength of all the stocks in the index to answer the simple question: is this rally fueled by a few stocks, or every stock in the index, or a majority of the stock in the index? What we see here, that there are signs of a few stocks leading this rally, and it's mostly, I believe, because of the fact that you have the AI theme, the AI narrative being very strong right now. We had Palantir coming out, I believe it was yesterday. Yes. They came out and said that their performance, or their revenue, is up over 40%, and it's mostly thanks to, quote, the astonishing results of AI. Yeah, now that leads me to believe that, yes, the AI, I mean, we're finally with Palantir, and we're probably going to see more earnings coming out for the major companies. We're going to see numbers. Finally get some numbers, right? We have talks about how AI is, the future, right? It's the future of everything, but it's mostly talks, and it's mostly like fancy graphs and fancy tools like ChatGPT, but we haven't really seen productivity expand rapidly. We are seeing, Microsoft saying that about 30% of their code is now coded with AI. They're, massive layouts with coders and stuff like that. We had a discussion I had a discussion yesterday about that. So yeah, I do think that the AI narrative is going to be more positive than the tariffs and policy decisions. But because of the fact that we have just a few companies like Facebook, Meta, Nvidia, Google, Amazon driving this rally, there is also the possibility that there's a small room for error. Okay, so if anything happened with AI and earnings and these companies, there is of course a possibility of that the market following that ADL line. So just wanted to show you what my overall idea for the market going forward. I am bullish on risk. I am bullish on the S&P 500. I am bullish on Bitcoin. I am fully invested in my long-term portfolio in the S&P 500, in gold, and in Bitcoin. Now, of course, I believe that's a good portfolio. Gold and the Bitcoin and the S&P 500, they are nicely also gold hedging some of that uncertainty. And for full disclosure, I am 60% long in the US stock market with S&P 500. I got a position 30% long on gold and then 10% long on the Bitcoin. 100% fully invested in the market, 0% cash at the moment, and that's my long-term trading portfolio. Going into more of short to medium term trading, you guys know that I am mostly looking at EAs. We have a comment here as well from Crypto Holdings saying that please give us a trade. We are not here to give you trades. This is not what the Fiverr's live trading room is about. We are here to help you find those trades on your own so that you will not be dependent on someone else in your trading. And that's where true success comes from in trading, isn't it? I mean, you got to be able to find your own trades and find your own rhythm and find your own strategy to fit your personality. Without that, you're never going to be profitable. So I understand that you want me to give you a trade, but also understand that if that's how you make money, you're never going to be a consistently profitable trader, and that's the truth. So please, reconsider what you're doing in your trading career. All right, so we got a very good comment right here. We're seeing, I'm waiting for the US 30 to retest and I'll go long. I see momentum on the US 30 and the Magnificent 7 will be reporting their earnings. Yes, and I think those earnings might follow along the trajectory that we saw from Palantir. If what I think is true, these last couple of months with the advances that we've seen in AI, we see ChatGPT launching agent mode, for example. We know a lot of things are going on behind the scenes. We probably have in-house built AI agents like the one with ChatGPT. If that is the case, then we're going to see some interesting numbers, I think. Now, looking at... Okay, I gotta sit straight. I gotta sit still, man. The camera is all weird. So, going to US 30. I am currently long on the US 30. I am currently long on the Euro JPY. As you guys know, I am more and more transitioning over into the field of algorithmic trading because, with the future of AI and the possibilities that we have in the markets, I think it's the most obvious decision for me to go into the realm of algorithmic trading because I do believe that in 5 to 10 years we're gonna have the market oversaturated with EAs, trading bots, automatic trading bots created by AI. We're probably also gonna have AI agents out in the markets trading on their own. Automatically finding the setups and creating systems and testing them, and it's going to be crazy. It's going to be absolutely crazy. I do still think that there's going to be a huge edge in manual trading, in discretionary trading. It's just going to be more difficult. And yes, okay. So and I have also promised to share the structure that I'm using. I want to share with you how I'm creating because I'm using different softwares and. I got a server running. I got a very powerful server running. It has over 300 gigs of RAM and over 100 core PC CPU, and it's running 24/7. It's right now. I'm looking at the statistics for last month. It has tested 30 million different strategies, and out of those 30 million different strategies, I have found 7 that is profitable, and my overall portfolio, combining all of those 7 EAs, my overall portfolio has a Sharpe ratio of closer to 2 and an average drawdown of 8% with a stability score of 9, which is very good. It's basically a 45 degrees equity curve just going straight up with minimal drawdown and an average return of, I believe, quite a lot on a yearly basis. But that's backtesting data. Live data looks different, not as good, but I'm adjusting the risk to that. So what I'm going to show you here is the MetaTrader 5 platform that is connected to that trading server that I have set up here running 24/7. So let me quickly share that with you guys in just a moment. So this is running on a... this is running right now, and to go back to this comment, the EA has entered a long position on US 30, and you're looking for a retest, and I believe the entry is where that retest would be. So currently I am long on US30. This is the EA on US30. I am also long on Euro JPY. This is the entry here on Euro JPY. It does not have a TP for this EA. So this EA just puts in a stop loss, and then it's going to trail that TP, and I believe it closes, also going to close the position on Friday, and it's also going to be basing that TP on ATR. But as you can see here, we got different EAs running on different markets. We got 6 different markets right here. We have gold right here, and as you can see on gold, I have my orders set for this trade right here. This is a very simple breakout trading strategy on gold. Basically what it does is, I believe it goes back several weeks. It looks at the highest price within that period of time, puts a buy stop right above that high, a stop loss based on ATR, and then TP, and I think it goes for 2 or 3R. This is my most profitable strategy, but it doesn't take many trades. It's based on the 30-minute, I believe, and it's most profitable when gold is in a bull market. Very profitable when gold is in a bull market. Not so profitable when it's in a range. The good thing about this though is that it doesn't execute a lot of trades when it's in a range. So it's kind of like a sleeper, you know, it's like it wakes up when the trend wakes up, and very, very profitable. And then of course we got NASDAQ 100, we got a range trading. Now this strategy is something that I believe that you can actually trade quite successfully annually, discretionary, right? Now what it does, every day about 1 hour before the US market opens, it's going to place a buy stop order below a certain range high or session high. So it has a look back period, right? Let's say it looks back 3 weeks and looks at what's the high of that 3-week period and what's the low of that 3-week period. It puts a buy stop at the high, a sell stop at the low, and then it puts the TP based on ATR, and it's a 1-to-1 risk to reward. So if you have on the NASDAQ like a big surge of volatility on the open and it breaks above the range, it's going to trigger that trade, and then it's going to remove the orders or close the position at the New York session close. So the orders will only be activated 1 hour before the New York session, and it's going to close or remove, or close the position or remove all orders at the time of the New York session is closing. This is actually a breakout range, a range breakout strategy that I believe works in discretionary trading as well. Imagine that you're looking at US 100 right here, and you look at you look at the range right here. So this is on the, let's go to the 1 hour right here. So this strategy is based on the 1 hour. So most likely what it's going to do is it's going to place a buy stop right here. Okay, it's going to place a buy stop right here, and it's going to place a sell stop right here. Now the take profit is quite wide, so is the stop loss. So it has a take profit maybe down here, and the stop loss of that trade is going to be all the way up here. And then the same goes for the long position. It's going to place a stop loss up here, and it's going to place its TP up here and a stop loss up here. But it goes for a 1-to-1 risk to reward. This is also one of my most profitable EAs. Tim says, is there any chance you can demonstrate this strategy on the chart? Do you guys want me to demonstrate this strategy and show you how you could perhaps trade this, or at least give you some inspiration and some motivation on what you should back this? I'm not going to give you like the full strategy, but I can give you some clues on what you should be testing, because I'm not going to do the work for you, right? I don't have time for that, but you probably have time for that. So if I give you a clue or some motivation on what to test, you go out there, you do the work, and you see what works for you and what doesn't work for you. So let me know in the comments if you want me to break that down. And while we wait for that, we're going to be looking at the US 30. We're going to get Anastasiia coming on here in about 30 minutes as well. And when she comes on, I'm going to be leaving because I woke up with a cold. My throat is sore and I feel like I got a fever coming on. But I do feel like I got a lot of energy. I'm probably going to be... I'm just going to be after this. I'm just going to crash. I think I'm going to go lay down. I'm going to go down, lay down on the couch. Okay, okay. Just had to answer a message. Right, okay, so then we'll look at the US 30. Okay, so US 30 right here, this is a breakout trade, and now looks like a break and retest. We're gonna go back to trading view so I can perhaps show you the setup here in US 30, and then after showing that setup, we're gonna go and look at that US 100 range trading strategies. Just give me a second, and I will go over to trading view. So right now, looking at US 30 right here. Now, I do like the low time frame breakout that we're getting right here, and we got somewhat of a retest right here. Now, if you zoom out and you look a little bit more closer on US 30, you could definitely see that we're basically coming, straight up into a resistance area, which would, of course, got to be a little bit careful with that. But I do think that this is a possible trade right here. If we get a bullish reaction within this area, I think a move to the upside would make sense. The way I would trade this is depending on what price action does within this area. Let's see what happens. I'm going to be adding some alerts here. Maybe we can get some trades in during this session. But if I had to enter a trade right now, I would let's say what if I entered market right here? Where would I place my stops and take profit levels? Probably looking at this general area here for a take profit. Where do you think we would? Where should I place a stop loss? Is a better question. So on the 1 hour, obviously that's going to be the last swing low in the 1 hour. Now, I think that this is more of an opportunity where we're looking for a reaction within this area. We're not looking for a swing trader here. We're not looking for a reaction where price is going to go all the way down here. Like, I feel like we don't need that type of room for error. We got digital factories saying TP 44700. What about 44700? 44700. Wow. Go to a mental institution when I'm done with this, I think. 44700. Sorry about that. Shouldn't joke about mental illness. I have many mental illnesses. Nothing to joke about. Okay, we got 400, 700, 44700. Is that a good level? Yeah, I think that's a good level. I like that. Right, so even with that stop loss, we have a 1.89 R. Okay. Right, so 1.89 R with that stop loss. Now I'm looking at this. Looking at that level right here. This is what I'm looking at. Yep, I like that. So if we have a bullish reaction within this area, and if I had to enter a market, this would be the stop loss right here. Low risk, of course, high risk reward. If you enter here market, I would definitely use a tight stop loss, and very low risk, of course. But we're waiting for a bullish reaction right here, what that could look like on the 1 minute. Because of the risk to reward being quite high, we might actually look at a reclaim of that level right here. So we're going to be, we got the alerts set, right? We got the alerts. We're just waiting for price to tell us that it's ready to start moving, or at least give us a hint that it might start moving to the upside. Okay, guys, let me know in the comments if you guys want me to tell you about that range trading strategy on NAS 100, or if you want me to go straight to gold. Let's go straight to gold. You want me to go straight to gold, so let's go straight to gold. I don't even know why I'm asking that, because all you want to look at is gold, and I got no problem with that. I like gold. Actually, I hate gold. I don't know why I keep saying I like gold. It's like I'm trying to like gold because I know that you guys like gold, but gold's like my enemy. You know what? I'm a silver kind of guy. You know what? Like we had this discussion before. I wanted to buy one of those big fat gold chains, because I feel like I'm getting to the age where, you know, put a couple of extra pounds on, you know, go around topless on the beach with a big fat gold chain, you know, maybe tattoo on the back, like, you know, one of those motorcycle gang tattoos, but instead of like a name, I would just put the Fivers Live Trading Room, and then in the middle would be a logo of gold, and I'm walking around with a big fat gold chain. It's like, yeah, that's right. But that's not me. I could, but that's not me. Silver though, I like silver. So now I've stopped caring about gold, and I'm not gonna buy a big fat gold silver chain. That's what I'm getting, silver chain. Okay, so let's go. Gold. What are we thinking on gold right here? Well, I'm thinking we're at support. It's so confusing. This I don't like this shot at all. Let's remove everything. Let's just do everything from the beginning here. What do I think about gold here? Take a look. I mean, there's no question about it. We're at support, right? We're at local support. Digital Factory says gold 1 hour expecting a bounce around 3350 area. 3350 area, 3350. That's going to be right here, down here, 3350. Yeah, okay. Let's put a level on here. 3350. Should we name this level? Digital Factory buy zone. All right. Oh, that's a bit too big, isn't it? Okay, we'll do this. All right. So that's a good support, right? I 100% agree that that's a good support. The question though is, when we break this area right here, when we break that level, let's make it green because it's support. When we break that support right there, that's not green, is it? What's the color of that? What's the color? What's that color? Well, I want it green. Is that green? It's not green. I think it's the background. Then I got my blue line right here. Am I colorblind? Might be colorblind, guys. Okay, so that the numbers, that's definitely green, and then the line is just doesn't look green at all. If we have any eye doctors in the comment section, confirm my my colorblindness or not. So we get a level right here. Now the question is, that is blue. I can definitely see that that's blue. That level right there, that's support. What happens if we break this support? Now, of course, it's going to become resistance. So if we break that support, we're looking at that level as support. Now, we're going to get a bounce here. Then that's going to be resistance. And then that's going to be a high, which means that we probably have a range here. Vishnu, welcome. Please give me medical advice. Am I colorblind? Is the level green? Steven says, for me, I'm looking for reversal between 3352 and 3352. Oh, okay. that's interesting because that to me is the same number. Now I don't know if I'm colorblind or if I'm just dyslexic, but that to me looks like the same zone, the same number. 3352 and 3352. I hope it's a typo. Otherwise, I have more problems than yes, my eyes. Okay, so if we get a Callie confirms. Thank you, Callie. I'm not officially colorblind. And my doctor says, well, who gave you that diagnosis? Well, the audience of the live trading room, duh. You know, you don't see the show, you don't watch the show? You're missing out. That's a good medical advice. It's supposed to be trading advice, but no. We don't give that type of advice. So a move down here, yeah, makes sense. And if we get a bounce here, I would probably be looking at TP up here. So I'll put an alert right here for a drop to the downside. But you know, this level is still support, isn't it? Like this level, I look at this and I think this is still support. So don't we want to buy support? And then also you can put a fib on here. Put a little fibs on. Maybe look at the reload zone. Where's the reload zone at? We see that the reload zone comes in. Well, look at that. That's a perfect level, isn't it? Like that is the perfect level. Vicious says background black color stops you to believe it's green. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. I'm not colorblind. I just need to change the color of my background. Why do you have a gradient background? Maybe I should just go solid. Oh wow! I can't believe people are ready to torture themselves with this. Like, oh, look at me! I love getting my eyes burned out of my skull on a daily basis. Oh, man, the contrast here is making me wanna destroy something beautiful. Okay, let me go back to black. Okay, oh, look at that. Look at that. It's like my finally relax. Right, because we're hitting the so we're looking at 0.618 right here. Man, I gotta give it to you. The fact that you're always able to add that Kim after every comment that you do, like that deserves a prize. That's dedication right there. That is true dedication. Like I can't even, you know, I'm not even putting in periods when I'm, you know, or question marks or anything. But you're, yeah, that's dedication right there. Okay, so we got the 0.618 right here. It's a good level. I like that. I would probably like that. Moto says, if I trade at news time by mistake, will my payout be rejected or just the profit won't add? I believe that the profit won't add. I mean, if you make money from trading within the restricted news window, that profit will not be added to your balance. Okay? So you're not gonna, like, the payout is not gonna be denied. Okay. We break this level and we're looking for a move down to 3350. But at this point, I really like this level as support. If you have any questions, any more support questions like that, make sure that you send the ticket to support, because I'm not a support agent, and the support agents will of course have much more detailed information about your questions and be able to help you out much more, I guess, professional way. But any trading related questions, I am here to help. So we're looking at gold right now, and I feel like we're getting a nice little consolidation pattern right here. We're, you know, coming down into support right here. And yeah, I like it. Daniel says rude. I don't know if I'm being rude or if someone else is rude, but I apologize to no one. Of course, if I'm rude, I'm sorry for that. I did have a question from you, Daniel. Yes, I did have a question from you. Daniel says, do you know anyone good at building trading view indicators? What I recommend is go to Upwork. Go to Upwork. If you want to find someone who can code you an indicator, post a job on Upwork. There's a lot of coders on there that can help you out. Okay, so gold right here, I'm going to be adding an alert above this range and below the range. If we break above, we might go long. If we break below, not sure if we're going to go long, but, or not sure if we're going to go short if we break down, but definitely interested in going long if we can go to the upside. Raul says he got a recommendation from me. Got a color code here. Okay, let's see. This better be good. Better be good. 7, 18, 19, 23. It's not bad. I mean, it's not bad, but I think I prefer black. Yeah. Let's just go black. Just keep it simple. Yeah, that's better. As long as gold is trading within the small range, then I'm not very interested in trading it. Now let's go to NAS 100, and I'm going to show you how you can test the strategy that I talked about. So we're going to go into indicators, and indicators, we're going to type in sessions, and this trading session indicator from TradingView, I believe, was just added as an official indicator a couple of months ago, or at least this year. Before, you had to have custom indicators like sessions on chart or this one session right here. But now TradingView has its own official sessions indicator. And the idea here is to trade US 100 during the New York session. A second here. So I'm just going to make sure that I get the New York session time correct with all the differences in time zones. I think it's from... Can I change time zone here? 8. I think that's right. Is it 14:30 my time, or is it 15:30? Okay, help me out, guys. When is the New York session open? It's at... Let's say the New York open. It opens in about 3 hours, which would be 12, Was it 11, 12, 1, 2? Is that 2? 2:30, right? And that's Central European Standard Summertime. I mean in Central European summertime right now. So that should be right, I believe. Now what you can do is we can look at the... There's a couple of things you can do here. Is you can look at the opening range. Now that's a quite popular way of trading. So $4-hour, well then our indicator is wrong. 2:30 GMT. Okay, so it's gonna be, yeah, that's right. That's what I thought. This is actually correct. Yeah, that makes sense. You look at the price. You look at price action as well. It makes much more sense. So we can look at the first the first 30 minutes. So if we do this, if we optimize this sessions indicator to only show us the first 30 minutes, that's going to be the opening range. Now you can choose what you believe is the opening range: first 50 minute, the first 30 minutes, or even the first hour. But we're going to go with the first 30 minutes. So we're going to put it at 10 here. Then what we can do, go down to the 1 minute. And the idea here would then be, you have one range right here. We got the range low. And the range high. The idea here would then be after, 30 minutes after the opening of the US market, this is on NASDAQ, you want to be putting a limit sell order, or a stop sell, I should say, or limit sell, or whatever, just buy or sell order right here. And then you would be putting your buy orders above here. That's the easy part. Now, what you need to do is you need to figure out, and this is where the testing comes in. You need to figure out the appropriate levels, or the appropriate perspective. I just saw that there's a dead pixel in my screen. I thought that was like, oh man, whatever. This is right in my face. I thought it was like a fly or something, but it's the screen. Whatever. Now that's what you have to do first. That's the very simple idea, and then the testing comes from understanding if the opening range low breaks, how many pips into profit does price usually go before reversing to the upside? There's this thing called MFE and MAE. That's the max favorable excursion and the max adverse, I believe, excursion. And that means what's the what's the max amount of pips that price goes into profit before going back to entry or hitting that original stop loss. And if you look at that, you can find an average. So if you say that, if you look at the numbers and you say that 75% of the time, price moves 10 pips into profit. 50% of the time, it moves 15 pips into profit. And then you know, okay, if my order is executed, looking at backtesting data, there's a 75% chance of price moving 10 pips into profit. Okay. So then you look at how often does the orders execute, and then what's the probability of price moving a certain range. And you know that's the things you have to look at. But it's fairly easy to backtest this using a tool like the trading sessions and replay function in TradingView. So we can actually go back and we can test this strategy from let's see, from the beginning of last week, from the 21st of July. 21st of July. So this is first. Our first idea. And what if we just come up with something, right? Well, what if we just come up with something? We can make an idea. Okay, so when the range has been formed, let's just put our entry on the range high, stop loss at the middle of the range, and we'll go for 1 hour. Okay, that's the general idea that we want to be testing. And then we're going to be doing the same. We're going to be doing the same to the downside. And because of the fact that this is not a discretionary trading system, you don't really have to use the replay function, because the replay function is a great tool to use like this, and then go one candle at a time. And then, okay, so it's actually not closed yet. It's going to be closed right here. So using the replay tool like this, it's a great way to follow each candle and then think as if you would be trading live, and then take discretionary actions, okay, based on that. But because of the fact that we have a very simple idea here, we can just go back in history without using the replay function. But if you're developing this and trying to perhaps trade it from a discretionary point of view, you need to use the trading view to get a feeling for the market moves. But if we disable the bar replay right here, we can test this strategy. I'm gonna go back here, beginning of last week, and we see here that this was actually not a profitable trade. You can see that it hit that stop loss right here. And you can look at this one. It actually have been filled right here on that one, and then it would have hit that, would have hit your stop loss right here. Go to the next one right here. I believe this one would also have been a stop loss. That's a stop loss right here. Now, I'm not showing you this to show you a profitable trading system that works right from the beginning. I'm showing you what you should begin with, and then you look at the results of what you're doing here, and that could, with this, you could potentially create a trading system. Here we have one winner. We have what it looks like another winner right here. Because of the fact that, you know, we're looking at 1-to-1 risk to reward right here, it needs to be a high win rate. Now, obviously, you're looking at this. We got one winner, two. We got two winners, and 1, 2, 3 losers. Now, what you can do here is you can start looking at what is the minimum move, or where does most of the trades run? How far do they run? So here we see from the breakout to that top, we're talking about a $34 move right here. Of course, I'm doing this manually. Now you got to do this with a software, right? That's 34 moves into profit. That's $0 into profit. This one has $13 into profit. This one got about $30 into profit. And this one $37. Now what you have to do is you have to decide on a time where you're going to exit the trade. So you got to look at a time where you're supposed to exit the trade, and then you look at that time frame. How many dollars or how many pips into profit has the market run after entry to within that time frame? Now I'm not doing that here, but we can look at, let's say, from to 6 p.m. my time, which would be here. Then we're looking at that. That would be a $18 move to the upside for these trades right here. So we know that it runs at least $10. Now, if you go back, okay, if you go back and you then put your TP for all of these trades at just $10. Down here, you will obviously see that the win rate is going to go up significantly. The problem with this is the risk to reward is obviously very low. But if the high rate, if the win rate is high enough, so here for this example, for example, now that I put the TP at only $10 in profit, every trade by 2 is a winning trade. So now what you have to do is you have to look at, okay, so what's the max adverse exertion, and that is how many dollars is the trade moving against you. And then you look at the average, and that average price is where you should be placing your stop loss. Now this is actually quite easy to do with a software. You can use a trading journal, or one thing that I like to do is you can do it manually as well with the help of ChatGPT. So you can go through this process, and then you can talk to ChatGPT. You know, ChatGPT has the voice mode, so you can actually talk to ChatGPT while doing this backtesting. You also have the voice to text, so you can, for example, say on this trade right here, for example, you can have your phone, you can press that voice to text, and you can say, okay, date is 25 of July, max favorable exertion is $10, max adverse exertion is $20. send it, go on to the next one. And then when you've done that maybe 20, 30, 40, 50 times, you ask ChatGPT to give you a to break it all down for you. And then you're going to see what the average MFE and MAE is. And then you can optimize your entry and TP based on that. And then you look at what's your average risk to reward and what's your average win rate if you follow what those statistics are telling you. And when you have those numbers, you can ask ChatGPT to code you a TradingView indicator based on those numbers. Ask it to code you an indicator or code you a strategy based on it, upload it into the strategy tester right here. And you can see I've tried the different things right here. I have a lot of different strategies here. I have, for example, one called Asian range signals. It actually works. Okay, it doesn't work now. Maybe it's because it's on the wrong pair. Let's go into indicator because I do have quite a lot of indicators I've created here. Not sure why that is not working now. But yeah, it's very easy to just ask GPT to code you an indicator, put it into TradingView, and then look at the statistics, and you can have it code you an EA as well based on this. But the road to success lies in numbers, okay? So what I would recommend that you guys do is put the session tools on your screen on TradingView and go through every opening range in a session, and then ask yourself, is there an edge in selling as soon as the range low breaks to the downside? Is there an edge in buying as soon as the range, the opening range high breaks to the upside? What's the most profitable way of putting your TP and stop loss? And that's how you create a trading system. And then when you can quantify this and you can put it into an indicator, you can then automatically test this long term. You can test it over a 20-year period. And yes, Claude AI is supposed to be working quite good for coding indicators as well. I haven't used that. I'm using ChatGPT's Pro version, so it's very good for me as well. Okay, so we got now USD 30 or US 30 is at the entry. We got Euro JPY breaking out. I'm gonna be just quickly showing you what I have here for. Where's my trader? Look at Euro JPY right here. I currently have a long position open on Euro JPY based on this low time frame breakout that we have right here. You can see how this is my entry right here, and the EA put this order in because it anticipated a breakout right here, which turned out to be correct. So looking at Euro JPY right now. Now, what I do sometimes is I'll look at my EAs and the signals it's taking, and then I know the statistics of that EA. I know the statistics of that system, so I know kind of like the probability of this trade working out. I can then use that information to see if I can get any entries in the market from a more manual perspective. So let me go back into TradingView, and I'm going to look at Euro JPY to see if we can find a possible entry on Euro JPY. Right, so we get a strong move right here on the 1 hour for Euro JPY as well. Looks like a proper breakout right here. We're hitting that resistance area right now as we speak, and it's consolidating right here at around that resistance point. We did see that that's the breakout where the EA went long. It went straight from that level up to the next level above. Is this a consolidation range or a distribution range before I move to the downside? What I'm thinking is, if we break that low right here, we're going to take us down to the entry area right here. If we break that low. But for now, this might actually be an opportunity to go long. So if you're looking at EUR/JPY and you're looking to get into an intraday position, EUR/JPY to the upside might be interesting, an interesting pair to take a look at. Where would we have the TP for this one? Let's say we enter at market. Where would we have the TP on this one? We would probably be looking at a TP around here, because as you can see right here, if we make a little drawing on here, you can see that is an area where price paused when moving to the downside. We get a hit of that level. We also get the wicks right here. So if we put a level on around this right here, that could be an excuse me, that could be a low time frame entry for a possible breakout right here. So where would the invalidation be? The invalidation would be below that level. So this looks like a proper trade right here. Decent risk to reward. Why is that so wide? That kind of makes sense. We get a comment from Trade with Injury here. If you have any comments about any support comments or support issues, make sure that you reach out to support. I'm not able to help you with that, unfortunately. But like that, this could be potentially a long here on a breakout. We should probably wait for that breakout, right? So maybe, you know, something like that is what I'm thinking here in terms of a breakout to the upside. You know, looking at this, what I'm seeing here as well is obviously you can kind of see how got this consolidation here, breakout, then another consolidation here with a lower high here. I mean, to me, it looks like it's going to break down. So here we can have, you know, we can apply a similar idea to what we looked at on US 100, right? With a buy stop above that level and a sell stop above the range lows or below the range lows with this. And both of these trades, I believe, from a technical perspective, are definitely valid. I like that. Okay, we got another one saying USD/JPY. Let's take a look at USD/JPY. Long position, 15-minute time frame. I like that. Sounds good. 15-minute time frame long USD/JPY. Now the question here is, you're looking at the 15-minute. Now the 15-minute move, I believe, has already happened. I believe to me, this was the 15-minute move where I would be looking to gain an entry. Now the 15-minute is at resistance right here. So I don't know. I think USD/JPY is at resistance unless it breaks out. I mean, a break above that level, maybe that could be a good trade. If you go into the 1 minute, we also see the same type of pattern right here. We're seeing a clear trend with higher highs and higher lows here on USD/JPY, but then unfortunately we're starting to see a consolidation or range forming right here, and I think that's not the time to go long, in my opinion. Okay, you might have a completely different system, but I'm not a big fan of buying resistance. Going quickly back to S&P 500. Are we seeing anything interesting? No, nothing interesting. Do we have any interesting news today? We got Uber pre-market prep. Is pre-market prep? That's from Financial Juice. I'm like, what company is that? What pre-market prep? What company is that? We got McDonald's and Disney earnings call all around 2:30. In about 2 hours, 2.5 hours. That's obviously very important to look at that. We got Fed speeches coming out later in the afternoon. That should be rather interesting, considering the situation we have with Powell leaving and Trump having 4 different people that he's potentially choosing to replace Powell with. Very important. We know that Scott Bessent has declined to be Fed chair. Apparently, Scott Bessent really likes working with Trump, so he will want to continue doing that. Euro JPY is at that support right now. Will we get a breakdown? I don't know. Do I hope we're going to get a breakdown? Absolutely not. I am long. Okay. Will we break down here? Will we have a trade if it breaks down? I think we might have a trade if it does break down. We're gonna look at the gold as well. Obviously, everyone wants to look at gold. I've looked at gold. Okay, so gold breaking down right now. We're breaking down on gold right now. Look at, do we have any alerts? We got alert on gold. We got alert on gold again. We got alert on US30. What is US30 doing right here? US30 is breaking down. That sucks because I am long on US30. Let's see what happens here. Okay, so US30 going to be putting in another alert here, another alert up here. We have the alert to the upside right here. We're going to be going back to gold. Of course, we're going to take a look at gold. The 1 hour at support. I like gold here from an intraday perspective. I like gold for a long position here. I think this is a good support area for gold if we can put in a bullish structure here. I definitely think this is a good opportunity to perhaps go long on gold. Will I go long on gold here? Not yet. I don't think so. You guys saw me yesterday. I kept buying and buying and buying to the downside, and then eventually stopped buying, and that's where the low comes in. So I got to be more patient here. Got to be more patient with gold. Okay, so no major news events today. Yes, gold might be pushing up depending on how the 1 hour candle closed. I think it's reversing from the 618 level. Yeah, I'm absolutely with you with that. And we're also seeing that the 0.702 comes in right at the bottom of that horizontal level where we had a previous strong bounce in the past. So I would like to start building a base here. If we can manage to build a base here, that would be great. That would be fantastic. That would be fantastic. You know what? Let's take a look at coffee. How's my coffee doing? How's my coffee doing? Okay, looking good, looking good. Let's go to the weekly. Ah, that's nice. Now, you know, for all the coffee lovers out there, you probably felt the price increase in the you know, the last year or two. Now we hope, and I'm speaking for all of the coffee lovers community right here, except Mike, because he runs a coffee shop and probably profiting of these high prices. So he's the enemy in this situation right here. He's you know, he's the whatever. Now, I'd like to break down here. That would be good for my coffee buying shopping sprees that I plan to do in the well, I have to do every week because I drink so much coffee and it's costing me way too much. So yeah, let's all just short coffee. What about orange juice? Look at it. Look at this. Look at that. Look at that move. Okay, orange juice outperformed orange coin in 2024. Let me say that again. Orange juice outperformed Bitcoin. Okay, that's just crazy, isn't it? Let's take a look at Bitcoin. I don't know why I'm doing this, but I feel like I have to. Okay, so now 2004. Okay, let's look at 2004. Okay, maybe it didn't really outperform. But again, from this low right here, let's take a look. Okay, orange juice from the low right here where Bitcoin created low. So from the Bitcoin low up till the end of 2024, orange juice, concentrated orange juice futures rose by 264%. Okay, now let's look at Bitcoin from that same price. The low to the end of 2024. Remember, orange juice futures, concentrated orange juice future 265. Wait, is that? I'm completely wrong. That's embarrassing. I must have looked at a different number. Okay, Bitcoin rallied 600%. Okay, so whatever guys, whatever editor is watching this, could you just like delete that part of the live stream from the internet forever? Obviously, I'm completely wrong on that. I must have looked at something completely different, or a different time, or different numbers. Who cares? Let's forget about that and go into gold. We're going to talk about gold for a little bit, and then I'm going to be forgetting all about that. Forgetting all about that because we're looking at gold. Okay, so looking at the 1 minute here for gold, we are seeing no obvious sign of support just yet. We're coming down and potentially hitting that 0.702 level right here. Can't really stop thinking about that orange juice and Bitcoin. I will definitely have to go back to that example. Let's take a look at silver. Yeah, remember that that potential long we talked about yesterday? We never came down to that level. Instead, what we did, we basically rallied right up into this area. It's a great move right there. For silver, I would like to see a move back down to this level. If we can see that, then definitely be bullish on silver. But the gold is now testing the 0.702 level. Will we drop lower, or will we start to establish a base around these levels? If we fail to bounce around these areas, I think, of course, the level down here looks pretty good as well. Right, that's two levels that we're looking at on gold. So that's the first level is right above the 3,360 level as support, and then we got the level down here at 3,350. I think the level 3,350 has been historically a good level. So if gold were to drop down that level, we could definitely see some buying pressure coming in. If that level breaks, however, then it's probably got my eyes on the 3,330-ish level. And the level below that one would be the 3,310 level. 1,310. Diego says I'm short on gold with a TP of 3,354. Yeah. It's not a bad idea. I mean, we're obviously seeing a lot of selling pressure coming in here. Yeah, selling here is not a terrible idea. All right, Anastasiia, welcome.
Hey, I was in the back waiting until you're gonna finish the talk about gold.
Yeah, you know, we're talking about gold all the time. I look at gold and I switch to something else, and then people start asking me about gold. So I feel like it's gold all the way.
Of course they are. Of course they. So, are you looking for a buy?
Yeah, well, Yeah, and well, yeah, but I need to see like a strong reaction first if I'm going to be buying this.
Okay, interesting, because I'm right now in a sell.
Right. Okay. Interesting. Well, I think and that's intraday. I assume.
Yeah, that's intraday.
Yeah. No, I think definitely we can see some moves to the downside here. Intraday. I'm just thinking, if we form some type of like bullish consolidation here or bounce, I think that I like that.
Okay, interesting. I'm looking for a sell all the way until the previous lows from yesterday.
Yeah, that makes sense. Right, Anastasia, I gotta take a break here. My throat is killing me.
Go for it.
Okay, so guys, I will be back a little bit later. We're gonna have after we got Mike and LJ coming on for the ABL session, and then after that we're also gonna have Samir from India coming on to do some trading. I know we have a huge community and a huge Indian community, so I know that many of you are gonna be happy to see him back on the live stream. I'll be watching in the background, Anastasia, and you guys, take care. We'll see you guys later.
Amazing. Take care, Jonatan. Hey everyone, welcome. Let me just switch to my screen. There we go. Thank you, Jonathan. And he did it from the back. Now, what is on with the camera? Thank you. There we go. Hey everyone, how are you all doing? What are we trading today? How are you all doing? Where are you guys are tuning in from for today's live stream? I did have a little bit of a situation in the morning with my car, and trust me, that was a lots of headache. But looking at the market, didn't really miss much, considering the fact that I'm right now selling gold, actually, which we're gonna talk about in a moment because I know you guys are gonna ask about it in a second. Kelly says better now. I love the comment. Thank you so much. I'll take it as a welcome, Kelly. Hello, Van. Yes, I will do. I will cover my gold position in a moment. I'm actually trying to connect my MetaTrader 5 on my MacBook because I do have a little bit of an interesting idea for our live streams for the next weeks, which we are going to be talking about in a second. And gold is tanking. Oh my goodness. I really wish my MetaTrader would be loading faster because I needed to reinstall it completely because I can connect then my account. I just started the new evaluation account with the Fivers, and I actually do have a proposition for you guys to do something interesting together with that one. But until it gets installed, let's put some music on also in the back, shall we? What do we have here? Is that good? Can you guys tell me if you can hear me good? Can you tell me if you can hear me still well with the music in the background? And if my microphone is working fine, if you can hear me well, can you please put a plus in the chat? If you can put a plus in the chat, yes, I love it. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Fantastic. Yes, and amazing. Hello. Let me check my microphone one second. Okay, let's do this again. Okay. Let me just put the music off for a second, and then I'm gonna figure out my external microphone, and we're gonna continue. Hello from South Africa, Beverly. Good to see you. Yes, I'm gonna cover my analysis in a second. Can I ask where you're from? Yes, team. I'm actually from Ukraine, but I'm living in Spain, in the south of Spain now. So I'm Ukrainian in Spain currently. What's your TP for gold? How did you enter gold? click the like button. Exactly, please do click the like button, because it's a small action for you and it's really a big deal for us on the live streams, because the YouTube algorithm will be able to suggest us to also our fellow traders who will be able to join our lives later on. Okay, we might need to do it without music. We might need to do it without music because I am having some issue with my microphone. But nonetheless, let's just dive into gold, shall we? Let's dive into gold, because this is what you guys are asking about since the moment I did mention it. Now, first things first, about the new account. Who remembers? Do you remember? Is anyone here who still remembers that I was planning to do 500 to a million funded challenge? Is anyone here who remembers that I was planning to do 500 to a million funded challenge live? No one? Still no one? No way. Okay, a couple of months ago, I got an idea that I want to show live to people openly with the statistics and with a breakdown of trades how to get $1 million funding in the Fibers. Because just investing $500 for the first initial account and then getting it all the way to the $1 million funded. Now, I started this project actually officially 1 month ago. And just yesterday, I got the new account across another one that I already have and got funded with. Now I got another one with the Fibers, which is their hyper growth account. So this is a hyper growth, the biggest account. I'm trying to connect my MetaTrader 5 so I can show it to you. But the idea is, and tell me if you guys like it, are we going to do the live breakdowns of trades and trade together on this account? I want to show you how we're going to scale. I want to see how far can we take this one account, because you know that this hypergrowth program, every time you get a 10% profit target, your account doubles up, right? Everyone knows it. Do you know it? You should, because this is amazing. This is just the fastest growing, potentially scaling plan in the industry. So you really should know about this. Now, what about we do it together with you guys on our next live streams? What about we see how far can we take this account together live, based on the analysis that we also based not only on the analysis that we do break down together live, but also on them. Shall we? Shall we, guys? What do you think about that? Do you want to do a small challenge together on how far can we bring the hypergrowth 20K account? Sounds amazing. Awesome. Is anyone excited about this? Does anyone wants to see this? It's going to be a fun challenge. Sounds good. Yes, please. Yes, please. Amazing. The whole idea of the whole project is basically, first of all, to let people who want to, do it with me. But the idea is to show you how to get funded $1 million following the correct risk management, learning how to scale into the running positions, learning how to manage your emotions in the drawdowns in the period of loose streaks, because nonetheless, the project is counted, I'm assuming about 6 months, right? So in 6 months, there will be periods of losing streaks, there will be periods of drawdowns, there will be periods when you and me will have to sit on our hands without touching the button buy or sell, without entering any trades, knowing when is the time to stay away, when is the time to trade. So we will have to go through all of this together, and I want to show you how the correct risk management, how the correct approach, how to emotionally manage your account in the market when the situation becomes unpredictable, when the situation becomes out of ordinary and we get lost. So I want to show you that it is possible, because a lot of people are getting, excited, and then they get burned out because they're getting funded and they lose it, and they try and get funded and they lose it, and they try and get funded, they lose it again. And eventually, the burnout comes, and eventually their trust in the process also decreases. So I want to show you that it is possible. I want to do it together with you guys over the next 6 months. Okay, so if you guys like the idea, this is what we're gonna do. Now I can't for some reason log in into my MetaTrader 5 on my laptop, so we'll have to do this later on. And I'll show you the position on gold now, but on my trading view, and then later on when Mike and LJ joins us, I'm gonna quickly switch off, let them speak, and log in into my MetaTrader 5 and show you the running gold position. Okay, so that's what we're gonna be doing. Eta, nice meeting you. Welcome to the live stream. Good to see you. Good meeting you. Fantastic. So remember this day on August 6th, we are starting with a hypergrowth 20k, and let's see how far and how fast can we get it. Yeah, I will be doing this later on when I connect my account a bit later. So that's what I'm going to be doing as well. This will help us tremendously. I do hope so. I really do hope so. Okay, let's talk about gold position. Let's talk about the running gold position. Now, my running gold position is from the level on, let's say I'm trading CFDs now with the fiber. So let me get here. Check if my stream is good. There we go. Fantastic. So I was taking a sell today earlier in the morning on gold on the level 33.74. 33.74.6. So approximately right here I was taking the trade. 74.62. Okay, my stop loss was right here. And no, I'm lying. My stop loss was right here. And I'm expecting gold to drop all the way here. So this is my target for gold right now. This is almost 1 to 2.5 Richter word currently. So this is a regional entry point. Now I'm going to talk about the regional entry point. So I'm going to show you the reason I entered originally the trade. And then I'm going to show you how I scaled into the running position, because I do have not only one, not only two, but 3 positions running in the line with this one ID. So this one ID I scaled in 2 times, bringing it all together to 3 entries overall right now. Okay. Diego, I love the attitude. Let's see if I succeed with this. It's gonna be a fun show for sure. So why did I enter short on gold? Because if you look at the higher time frame, what can we see is that first of all, yesterday gold reached the level that it didn't reach before. This was a weekly point of control of the last week, the 3rd week of July, not the last one, but the 3rd week of July. The point of control is at the level 3387.8. And as we can see here, the price perfectly tested it and started going back to the downside and rejecting it. So we have the area right here from which the price started to drop yesterday, which was a perfect sell. Now, besides this, if we extend this area here, we will see that we have 2 resistance areas within this one range, which gold is trading in. So we have this main outer area, outer resistance, right, where the price was rejecting several times throughout the past month, starting April 2025. And now we have the 2nd tier resistance, which we are testing we're testing from yesterday. So the 2nd tier resistance is this. The price tested it 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, and now this is the 6th time. So we are on the 2nd tier resistance, which at the same time is an important volume zone, which I showed earlier right here, right? So if we bring it closer, we will see that the price tested it, started going down, pulled back from this weak point of control, because this is the weekly point of control. So essentially right now, for those of you who are not familiar with the volume profile, this is where the biggest volume over the past 3 days have been trading. So this started counting from Monday. Okay, so this is the maximum volume. The majority of money was invested in gold, traded in gold at the level 3375.8 on the CFDs on Wanda. So this is where the majority of traders are trading. So this level was holding the price as a support here. So it started going, rejecting and started going up. And then later today, well, earlier today, to say it correctly, during the Asian session, the price was able to break through the weekly point of control lower. It was able to touch 33.70, pull back to 33.76 right here, test this level. And this was the reason I was entering short, because we broke here below this point of control of the week. We are testing it right now. The price started dropping, pulled back. I entered here. It pulled back a little bit higher, but then eventually started massively dropping. Okay, so I have this initial position right here when the price was coming back to retest the point of control of the week once again. Okay. One, I'm not sure what you're asking about. I don't have the 5K account. Okay, so this is the reason I entered the trade. Now, the reason I scaled in the trade is different. I also entered another 2 positions. So the initial entry was right here, right? So let me just put the price tag on this, shall we? So this is the first entry. The second entry was right here. So the second entry got a little bit in a drawdown from me first, because as you can see, I entered when the price broke the low. So if you get to the 5-minute time frame, I see that the price broke the low, closed below. I entered the second position, so my second entry, and then the price pulled back one more time to the volume. So the second entry was a little bit on the drawdown for a moment being, and then the third entry I took. The third entry I took right. Let me open my chart right here. Yeah, right here. I'm gonna show it afterwards to you on our actual account. This is the third entry. And the reason I took the third entry is because we definitely broke this level. The price tested it one time, second time, and third time we broke it. And then I entered third time. Now I'm not gonna scale in anymore because we are getting too close to the target. So I like to scale into my position all the way in the beginning when the price starts to run in my direction. That's first. And secondly, later when it's testing the recent volume area. So I know that the market is most likely going to be testing this level again as a resistance. Okay, so this is a reason I scaled into the position also 2 times earlier. So now what am I targeting? I'm targeting the point of control or developing point of control of the months, which the price didn't reach yesterday. So this level here, one moment, this level here, and if you go to the high time frame, this zone here, in a matter of fact, is the zone for my buys gold, for the swing buys. So if the price comes here, I'm going to be looking for the swing buying gold. And yesterday I was already looking for this. I was waiting for this buy here, but I was looking for this on the futures, and I wanted to buy it at around 3401, 3400. I was texting it to my also group, and then the price tested 3404 instead. So it missed my entry point by like $3 or something. So 3 points. And okay, today I'm still waiting for the price to reach it eventually. So I'm still waiting until the price hits the developing point of control of the week, and then I'll see if I'm gonna close it or not. Because also if we place the volume profile over this move to the upside to see how the volume was distributed over this whole run, we will see the majority of the volume is right here, which the price didn't test. So that's another reason I'm targeting the point of control, the take profit specifically there, because this is our biggest volume node, and that's where the price is going based on my analysis. So this is gold. That is a great question, Dinesh. Dinesh. Dinesh is asking, where is your stop loss for all three positions? Also, how you manage stop loss and add on positions. Now, right now, my stop loss is at the break even, and at the break even for all three, um, meaning not the average break even, but at this very moment when the price is already here, right? It's already here, my stop loss. So it's a little bit in profit for all three positions. This one is in profit slightly, the second one is in profit, and the third one is slightly in loss. The reason for this is this high volume node here, this consolidation. So if I'm going to place my volume profile over this move to the downside, this is going to be the point of control. And if the price pulls back, I'm still expecting the point of control to hold. So even if it does this, I'm still going to be expecting the price to continue to go lower. Okay, so this is the reason my stop loss is there. Now, how do I manage risks and take profit for all the adding positions? First rule, I always take a very small risk initially. Because if you take risk, there are different ways of doing it, right? You can take the full risk initially, but then you will have to accumulate even more risk if you add to the running trades. Now, I take the small risk initially because then it allows me to add to my position, to scale into my position without moving my stop loss. Like, for example, for the second entry, my stop loss was the same place. But because my initial entry was small and it wasn't my full risk that I usually take per trade, I was able to take the second trade and place my stop loss in exactly the same area as my first position. If I would take my full risk on the first trade, then placing a second trade would mean that I'm doubling or tripling my risks depending on the situation, because not only it's going to be the same size, but it's also the bigger space until the stop loss. So that's rule number one. I take the small initial risk, which allows me afterwards to take more positions without actually moving my stop loss. But then I move my stop loss when the price comes towards the big volume areas, which I'm expecting to hold. So in this case, for the third entry, for the entry number 3 right here, I moved my stop loss to above the highs here. So for all 3 entries, I suddenly cut the stop loss here like more than 2 times, here 2 times, and that's the third one here. Why? Because at this point, I knew that the price is testing this volume. If it breaks this volume, it goes higher, my whole idea is going to be invalidated. So there is no reason for me to be holding short anymore. Right now, as the price dropped further, it created this volume node that dropped further. I know that I need this volume node to hold. Because if the price is going to break this volume node, it's going to invalidate my running short position. So I'm moving my stop losses based on the volume zones and my next invalidation areas. So that's how I do it. Does it make sense? Let me know if it is clear. Do you ever move my stop loss to break even? Diego is asking. I do. Right now is at the break even. So this is an example, right? My average stop loss right now is above this high here, above this consolidation between the entry number 2 and entry number 3. So I do move my stop loss to break even, of course. Especially if it's already running, for example, halfway to the target, like gold from the initial entry, then I most definitely do move my stop loss to break even, because if it pulls back, it's suddenly news come out, or Trump wakes up and he's like, you know what? Today we're gonna implement more tariffs, while my position is gonna suffer. And I don't want this. So I of course move my stop loss to break even, especially in the situations like the current one in the market, in the geopolitics, right? So, yeah, you basically remember that sitting on your hands. I just said it yesterday as well. Sitting on your hands and being patient is as important part of a profitable trading as actually taking profitable trades, if not more important. Actually, more important. Because you can take profitable trades, but then you might be impatient, you might enter too early, you might enter too many trades, you don't know how to sit on your hands, and then you're going to take a couple of trades that are going to completely wipe out your whole progress that you made. So sitting on your hands is even more important skill and much higher, much important, more important part of profitable trading than taking profitable trades. Hey William, good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome back. Super happy that you're here. Guys, I believe my Telegram is pinned somewhere in the description. So I believe it should be. Right? My IG is that. My YouTube is not active. There is not much information. So then the Telegram link is pinned in the description. Can I short sell now? You mean short gold? Gold sell? I think one of those two words should be gold. Well, I mean, you can do whatever you want in general, right? You can pretty much do whatever you want and enter any trades you want. Personally, I wouldn't short the gold right now. I'm already in the short. I wouldn't really enter short anymore because it's halfway to my target take profit. And also remember that the problem is that right now, where are you going to place your stop loss? Are you going to place your stop loss also where my stop loss is? Are you going to place it higher? Because even if you place the stop loss where my stop loss is right now, you're still going to get the worst risk to reward right at this moment already. So I wouldn't actually enter shorts anymore. But that's my opinion, of course. Okay, let me just put some more music on. Nice. I also added gold position like you, but got out in the recent consolidation series 365. Was trading stop loss very close. I see. Yeah, well, I'm still holding it. The reason for the hold is that there is actually no reason for me to close it. So there is no. I trade from volume to volume, and as much as there was volume here and the price was able to close to stop here yesterday, it didn't. So it already filled in all the volume from here yesterday. So there is no reason for me to actually close my trade. And the recent area where I'm expecting the price to reject from is this consolidation. Thank you very much for your feedback. Diego, yeah, you are talking exactly about the situation that is right now presenting. And like for gold, for my trade, and if I was you, I understand that you would feel stressed right now because the price is reversing and you were just in bigger profit, and right now you are technically in a smaller profit. So you start feeling FOMO, you start feeling regrets that you didn't close it earlier, and so on and so on. Now, how do I deal with that? Is first of all, you need to know your stats, because you need to know your statistics. Because if by your statistics you know that this is an approximate target, this is an average target that your trade can reach, then why would you close it? Because if by stats this is the most profitable take profit for you, take profit size, then you should be holding it. Otherwise, you with your own bare hands are taking away your own money and your own profit. Right? That's first. Secondly, one moment. Secondly, again, you need to know your rules. You need to have the strong confirmations for entering, but also for exiting trades. I believe that majority of problems for us as traders come from unanswered questions. Questions like, what do I do if the price is in profit, the trade is in profit, but starts reversing back to my break even? What do I do if I enter the trade and the price starts consolidating? What do I do if I enter the trade and the price goes in the loss and starts consolidating in the loss? What do I do if the price misses my take profit by a couple of ticks and then reverses back? Do I close it? Do I trigger my stop loss? Do I hold? What do I do? Those questions need to be answered by the statistics. You need to have stats, black and white, that tell you that this is what you be supposed to be doing. This is how your strategy performs best. And if you don't have the statistics, if you don't have these questions answered, eventually you're gonna lose money, because in the moment when you enter the trade, our emotions, your mentality, psychology is going to work against you, because you enter the trade and our head, our brain will be like, well, we are already in the trade, so let's find all the excuses, all the reasons why we should hold the trade until it's in profit. So when you're already in the trade, it's very difficult to make it like conscious, unemotional, detached decision. All right, so this is why you need to those questions answered, and you need to have those rules before you make a decision to enter the trade. So now when I enter the trade for gold, I know I'm holding it to target. In the worst case scenario, it's gonna hit my break even, like my stop loss and profit, and it's also the part of the game if it hits. Right? One of the best habits I got, and it really saved my trading at some point in the past, is that when you close your trade, when your trade hits break even, or like, yeah, let's stop with break even. When your trade hits break even, do not immediately look what is happening to your trade. Do not sit there and see, hey, it's going to my target. Oh my God, it's going. I shouldn't have closed it. I should have kept holding it. I shouldn't be moving my stop loss to break even and so on, because you're going to get FOMO. You're going to get FOMO. You're eventually going to get again in the market, and you're going to lose because it's not the best trade that you're taking. It's an emotional trade. So one of the best things I've learned is that if it hits break even, I get out of the market, I close my laptop, or at least this particular chart of the instrument that I was trading, and I come back to it in the end of the trading day. Because in the end of the trading day, when I don't take any more trades, I can be emotionally detached from the whole situation of getting my break-even hit and then price going back to my target. And then with a cool head, without emotions, without attachment to the result, I can evaluate what did I do wrong and what can I do better next time. Maybe I shouldn't be moving to stop loss to break even so fast. Or maybe I should change the strategy on how I move my stop loss to break even. So instead of moving my stop loss to break even, let's say mathematically, every 10 ticks, every 20 ticks, or so on, I can be moving my stop loss based on, for example, volume. Or I shouldn't be moving my stop loss and profit. I should just leave it maybe at break even if my statistics say so. So you can still, and you should still analyze the situation and take a lesson out of it, but not in the moment when you are emotional. One of the best things I've learned: if it hits my break even, I close this chart, I come back to it later. Let's see. Which volume indicator do I use? Wait, Mike was making this. We don't have it now? No. Did they delete it? Seriously? We had a cool banner. We had the cool banner with my reading indicators. I should do this again. I'm gonna ask Mike to do it. So for TradingView, because I normally trade on the different platforms, I trade futures and I trade order flow, I trade footprint, and I use a different platform actually to analyze the volumes. But for the trading view, my indicators are the PVPs. So if you go to the indicator window, hello, no, okay, you search for the PVP. It's called the periodic volume profile. PVP stands for periodic volume profile. I have it for 3 different periods. So for daily, for weekly, and for monthly. Okay, and I have it in style, point of control, and developing point of control. At the same time, I also do have there not only PVPs but also VRVP, so visible range volume profile, ticks per row, one, style, point of control, and volume profile. So those are the indicators that I use particularly on TradingView, okay? Hey, good to hear it. Oh my goodness, I'm so happy for you. I am so happy for you. I know that you were trying to pass it again. I know you've been working hard for this, and I'm so happy for you. Congratulations. Please keep it up calmly, step by step. Don't rush it, don't chase it, and you're gonna get it. Someone is saying, wait. Kavika is saying it looks like it's gonna do exactly what I draw on my chart. Of course, Kavika, I actually have the crystal ball. I didn't tell you guys before, but I have a crystal ball. It's right now in the repair, so I can't show it to you, but on the next stream, I'm gonna try to bring it, okay? And I'm gonna show you the secret on how I draw these lines. Because I actually have a very special crystal ball for this one. Gustavo, a little bit later, just very soon actually, the mic is gonna come on. And Mike is the person who is responsible for setting this amazing visuals for our live stream. I think this live trading room has never looked better than this. So I'm not sure if Mike can hear us, but Mike, you're awesome. And he's gonna answer this question if you want. Yeah, I'm serious, fully. I'm actually serious. No, I'm 100% serious. You think I'm joking? I'm actually gonna bring the crystal ball one of the next streams. So make sure you come on. Tomorrow I have the live stream. I can't promise it's gonna be repaired until then, but next week I'm gonna do my best. I'm gonna call them. I'm gonna tell them to repair my crystal ball as soon as possible. So next stream, next week I can bring it and show it to you. We can do some crystal ball live trading, shall we? It's gonna say yes, no, and short, long. We're gonna trade. Amazing. Super happy for you. Congratulations. Well done. Diego, yeah, in the end of the day, it's all about your statistics. Because even if I give you my exact parameters, my exact rules, my trading hours, average duration of the trade, the risk that I'm using, how I scale into the position, the instruments that I trade, and all the other stats, the seasonality, the days of the week, the weeks of the month that are the most and the least profitable for me, and so on, is still going to be different for you. Because even with the same system, you're still going to see the market slightly different. Slightly in a different perspective, slightly from the different angle, because you have your own personality as a trader. You have your own perception. I have my own perception of the market. Our brain work a little bit differently. And you will, with the same strategy, still take different entries, which is still good, right? You can still take profitable entries, amazing entries, great trades with the same system, but just different. So in the end of the day, every single one of us has to have a separate statistics. Like for example, I never give specific my like it's called a playbook. I have the book with more than 170 pages. It's a PDF where I have all my training methods screenshotted and put as a PDF one by one. Now, I never give it to anyone because I know that, first of all, if I'm going to give it, people most likely are not going to go through this. Eventually, you're going to run through this, but not study 170 pages. Secondly, the result of it is still not going to be the way I want people to get. I want people to get, and students to get, for example, you to create your own playbook, to make your own screenshots of profitable setups, to make your own screenshots of trading methods that you are using, because then while doing it, you will be able to, first of all, learn what exactly is your perfect setup, what do you want to trade, which situations you want to pay attention to in the market, and so on. When you get it ready and just receive it from someone, the way you are seeing the market is not going to be so deep. You're not going to train your eyes to notice the situations. You're not going to be able to train your mind to be conscious on what the market is doing, to be able to filter out the great setups from medium setups and so on. So you always need to have your own stats and you have to do the boring work. It's boring, it's not fun, it's much more fun to press buy and sell buttons, but it's actually a very necessary part of profitable trading. Welcome, Puli. I'm gonna be looking forward to see you next week for our crystal ball live trading. Time to bring the crystal ball back. I'm buying gold. Okay, one good luck to both of us. Let's see who is going to be the winner. I've named my crystal ball LJ. Speaking of the devil. Please, Ethan, I'm sorry, I can't tell you how to use the RSI and the parabolic SAR indicator because I don't use them. So I have absolutely no clue. The last time I've used RSI was 8 years ago. Yeah, look at this. The crystal ball is working. It's broken. I can't show it to you right now, but it's still working. What's the bias on USD guys? We're gonna cover it later on, tomorrow, not today, because I will have to run and I'm gonna need to leave our amazing audience to the two great traders, amazing people. I would love to stay on the stream as well with them, but I'm looking forward for tomorrow. So you guys are gonna have the very special segment of our live stream just in a second. And it's been fun. I've enjoyed spending the last hour with all of you guys, and I'm gonna be here tomorrow back the same hour, actually 1 hour earlier than today. So I'll see you guys tomorrow, and I'll leave you in the best possible hands of Mike and LJ.
No.
Yo.
Landscaped hard.
Huh?
We're landscaped hard.
We are. Hang on. We can change that around. Hang on a second. Let's bring us into full screen. Fill the space. Look at that. Good thing.
There we go.
Good thing we're not in 4K. You guys would be getting a bit too much of, well, at least too much of me. Never too much of LJ. How are we all doing? How is everybody hanging? We've got Digital Factory. We've got Fabian. The killer intro. I know, Fabian. I know. I've got to figure out a way of keeping that intro. Okay, hang on a second. I've got to change this music. I don't know where this is. No. There we go. That's better. That other one was a little bit too smooth, if you know what I mean. I love you all, LJ, but not in that way. It was just getting a little bit too intimate for my liking. Oh, dear.
That's a little dinner date, hey?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Timothy, good to see you. I'm assuming you're talking about Anastasia's charts. Yes, hers are a lot cleaner than ours. Ours are a funky mess, I think is the best way to describe our charts.
Abstract art.
It works sometimes, it doesn't work other times. You know, this is how we roll. We've got Margaret. Good to see you, Margaret. We've got Dinesh as well. Good to see you, Dinesh. And we've got Pooley as well. The legends. Pooley, you're too kind. How is everybody doing this fine midweek Wednesday? Markets have been moving a little bit. Gold has been selling off nicely. That sell that we were talking about earlier in the morning during ABL came off quite nicely indeed. So we'll go and have a look at that. Fabian says at least buy LJ a drink first, Mike. I'll take him out for dinner. I'll show him a good time. The Diego says it recently joined the AlphaBeta lab. Make the most of it, Diego, because we're going to be pausing the ABL community at the end of August, so that we can focus on the real beast of a platform that we're going to be building. So make the most of it for the rest of the month, because we'll then be pausing it whilst we go out and build what is the true kind of ultimate platform that we're building. What's there right now is just the beginning. It's small fry compared to what we have planned. So got lots cooking. Ethan, we're doing well, my friend. Hope you are as well. James says he thought that Euro would break out. It's showing a bit of a wick rejection. William, been a while. Where you been, William? Where you been hiding? You been on holiday, my friend? Hope you are good. And SafeFX is asking, can gold make an uptrend from 33.55? Who knows? Who knows? It has come down precisely to the wick of that 4 hour. So we'll have a look at that in a second as well. When you're most welcome. And Diego says, I hope not. My take profit is 33.54. Daniel, good to see you as well. So let's get straight into it, shall we? What do you make of gold at the moment, LJ?
Gold at the minute, we had that move down.
Sorry, what is that squiggle at the bottom?
Yeah, they were from larger time frames from the other day, so we'll get rid of this stuff.
Oh dear.
Get it a little bit cleaner through here. So we've had this breakdown after charging up yesterday. We found the support at 33.50 that we were talking about in the morning session for ABL. Big charge on from there. Now rolled back down. I think you guys were talking about 33.55 just here as a level. That is one of the pivot levels for today. That's a S1, so the first sort of band support. If you look at that, that will be pressing on from, as far as today's move, sort of down towards a 2 standard div move for today as well. So we could very well find some support there. If we go out to the 4 hour, you're coming, back towards the sort of top side of the non-farm payroll pump, right? So chances are we may find some support in here. and then you get sort of a higher low on these wicks, and then potentially build. But I would say I'm not crash hot on the move coming up just yet. So we had the big pump on the Friday with the non-farm payroll, which has basically negated the downside momentum that we had. But right now, looking at this on a daily, that's not looking amazing. Potentially we'll get some more downside beyond that, 55, even so far as 33.40 when you look at that. I think today overall though, it has been definitely more of a day of flows, just like who's in the market. Don't have much news going on. We're still trying to find our feet after some of the ISM data last night, and then Friday's big capitulation with the revisions. So
yeah, it's a funny one because when you look at it on the 4 hour, there's this massive 4 hour candle that is it's an engulfing candle on multiple time frames, all the way from the half hour to the 1 hour. Basically that move yesterday, it just literally came down by 2 cents and then shot off. So there's significant buying pressure in there. But then when you go, like you said, to the higher time frame, the daily and even higher, it just looks like sells. So, I mean, we were talking about it earlier. Do you see the possibility of us maybe just entering a little bit of a range period? Kind of those most recent highs and these kind of almost that element of just hanging around in there for a little while? Yeah,
I think so. I think we're going to get a bit of consolidation, see the range sort of tighten within this area, probably end up being somewhere between 33.70 and that sort of 55.50 kind of area. And then obviously 50 is going to be, the clean break point. You run that, you're going much lower. Might find a bit of first test support through there. Another little drive up to the upside. If it can't make ground beyond that 33.70 again, then I'd say we do return lower. So those are the two ends that I'm looking at for a larger drive one way or the other at the minute. Because like you said, at the moment we are in sort of a mixed bag kind of zone. It's a bit of a grey area. So my preference would be to, if you haven't already shorted, from earlier today during Asia or even last night through New York, then I'd probably be waiting for that confirmation.
Yeah, I think if we're looking at it ultimately, that 4 hour, so just below 350. If I put up my chart, just below this, for me, this wick here is our support right now. Now, the most recent 4 hour that closed 40 minutes ago hasn't broken this 4 hour, but if you look at how this closed really, really strongly, so there's a lot of bearish momentum down, but all it needs is for it to come down, tap into this area here. This area here I've got marked out because you've got this 1 hour wick that doesn't look like much, but then you look at it on the 90 minute and that's a nice big engulfing candle to the upside. So for me, that's a nice area of where orders are sitting. It's on the 2 hour as well. So I think this is going to be a nice area where price, decided to make its decision previously to head on higher. So I'd be looking for something in and around this area, potentially for longs. What that's going to look like at the moment, I'm not entirely clear because you've got different pockets all sitting in here. But, if I was to say one example might be, for example, this long wick in here with that retest that it had that didn't hold, that might be one to consider. If we go further back, then the alternative might sit somewhere in here maybe. Let's see if we've got anything in here. Nothing really in here, to be honest. No, nothing really in here. So that's probably the first one I'm seeing. If I go to my favored 7, gives us the same to some extent. We do have this here, so you might get a reaction just as it taps into this. Otherwise, yeah, I mean, again, you've got this. It tried to turn in this little window, and it just smashed straight through. So, I mean, ultimately, this was our support area, so it could come as low as here. But if it does, then the closer it gets to that, the higher the risk of it not holding. Ideally, you really want to see that 4-hour wick. If I mark it out, you don't really want price to go below the 50% level. So that this line here, which is what 53, 54, 68. The lower it goes, the lower the chances of you seeing a reaction back up again. So yeah, something just to bear in mind, keep an eye on. But as you can see, the move itself yesterday, if I go in on the 1 minute, you'll see it even clearer, was ridiculously minute in detail. So here you've got the 1 minute time frame, and you can see here, I wouldn't have caught this because the way it's set up on the 1 minute was just not clear for me, and it ended up leaving a lot of liquidity behind. So just starting very simply, you've got a wickless candle there, you've got an inside bar there. It came down, it took this low here, and we're talking about literally the low there was 99, the low there is 97, so literally just 2 cents worth, and then just shot off like a jack in the box. I'm not convinced that this 4-hour will necessarily hold because of the fact that we've got these lows here. So it'd be really interesting to see if we can hold this structure here. In fact, I'm going to bring that to the front. So we've got it there, and we'll see how that one plays out. But that's going to be my area of interest, I think, for that one. What else have we got happening in the chat? Let's see, Mike. You make the project sound like something from the Westworld series. I'm not sure. I don't know the reference, to be honest with you, Timothy. But
it's a TV series. Futuristic sci-fi thing where they've got robots and stuff, and they're basically the same as people almost. Yeah.
Well, Timothy,
it would be too. I was going to try and explain it in a short brief, but
all I can say, Timothy, is you never know. You never know what I might be cooking up with ABL version, because this is really ABL right now is the alpha, right? And so what we're building right now is going to be version 1. So yeah. Williams saying been working and test trading on a new platform, and to be honest, it's been the best platform I've ever traded on. Interesting. Okay, it's very mysterious and curious there, William. Come join us on ABL and tell us all about it. Below 33.30 for buys, target 34.10. Hey lads, could you look at pound yen? Do you know what? A lot of people asked about pound yen yesterday, so let's go and have a look at pound yen today, because everybody seems to want to have a piece of the pound yen. Right now on the 1 minute, looks like it's come to a really nice area for possible sells. Let's have a look. What was this area before? Taking a level here. What did I have that marked out for? It was a turning point here, and it's tapped into a couple of times. So we're in a nice, interesting area at the moment. Let's have a look on the 4-hour. 4-hour has left a nice little inside bar down there for us to potentially come and get. Generally looks long to me, I would say. Don't know what you think, LJ. I would say it's looking pretty long.
Yeah, I'd say we're still long. I think this was the we mapped out yesterday from people who are asking about it. So yeah, the move up from there, this top side area is what I'd be looking for. So above 196.85, right up to 197.40. You've obviously got the wick down here at just by 197. So in that general vicinity, obviously being a yen pair, often you'll overshoot that a bit time to time. So I wouldn't look at shorting at all until we get up at least to 196.90. Right, so I'd say still long from here, indeed. So
Yeah,
let me just adjust some of my
I would.
own stuff. I'll give that back to you for a sec.
I would agree with you there. Just looking, we're just short of this level here, this inside bar on the 15-minute. And our last area before that sits just here. So let's have a look. We haven't quite tapped into it yet. So ideally, I'd like to see us tap into here and either take this to suggest going higher or see a kind of reaction pushing down. At the moment, it kind of just seems to be just sitting and waiting for a minute. If we go back to the 4 hour, what we do have is we have got this little pocket here from Friday now. That was based on NFP, but what's interesting is that just shot down without a wick. And that was half an hour after NFP came out, which is quite interesting. How it just powered through and just didn't stop. And if you look at it on the 15-minute, what that looks like, it's the same. The 15-minute, it just sold off straight down and just said, right, we're going. No waiting, no nothing. So it does seem to suggest that was a key area where price changed and just smashed through this structure here. So if we go back to the 4 hour though and just mark out the move down, so from there down to there, I'd say we're coming up to the 38.20 quite nicely at the moment. So could be a nice area for small reaction down. But I do think this is probably going to act as a bigger magnet for price in the first instance, because we've got 1, 2 engulfing to the upside, giving us quite a bit of momentum. And this didn't manage to hold in terms of trying to sell. So I would say we're looking good for buys at the moment. That's not an equal low as far as I can tell. No. So I would be looking for maybe an opportunity to buy, or maybe a short-term scalpy sell down from this pocket if we get a nice setup. But it seems to have just kind of stopped for a bit of a breather over the last kind of hour or so.
Yeah, I'd say that's because you've got dollar yen coming off, so some of the other yen pairs not favoring quite as much. Euro yen's pulled back a touch also. Pound yen is holding up, because if we look at the pound, it's fully ripping on.
Yeah.
Euro dollar has also jumped up, but the pound is really staunching it right now.
Interestingly, though, it is yet to show the same strength against the Aussie or the New Zealand, which does make me wonder whether your Aussie dollar is still in play. Have you made any decent gains on that one?
Yeah, you're talking about like pound Aussie. You're talking about
Aussie dollar sell. You were an Aussie dollar sell, weren't you?
Yeah. I was before. I took it earlier because we basically stalled out. Same when Euro dollar did. So I'm basically looking for re-entry. So originally I got in here on the ABL stream earlier. Just a quick little snipe there, little scalp. We've now broken the 65 area firmly. There's another level up here about 65.05 and then sort of 65.10. There's some higher levels up here, but we're probably a bit stretched to get up there today. So somewhere in this 65 to 65.10 area, I'll look for another short, and then either just back into this top cluster or see if we get momentum right the way down. So at the moment, I'm just waiting, keeping an eye on this. I did take the euro dollar long though as well. That came through. TP just under 116. That's ran further. So that was by my T3 marked out yesterday. We got the top side area about 116.20. So sort of waiting for euro dollar and pound dollar to complete their move as well. And then most favorably, I will probably short that Aussie dollar trade there. It's already up, 0.5% on the Aussie at the minute. So fair shot. It's just got a bit better structure, I think, as far as the shorts.
Yeah.
Euro dollar has come off. We did break that level there, make a marginal new high, but then that failed. And we've since seen euro dollar, pound dollar also come up. So
Do you see
a lot of these charts they're not too clear. Clarity isn't amazing today at all. So
what's your take on pound dollar longs overall? Do you think? I mean, we've got this high from last Monday, or this Monday, sorry, from Monday afternoon at what is it? Kind of 33.3. Do you think that's enough resistance, or do you think we're going to break above that?
looking at this now, it does appear we do want to take a run up to about 33.70, 75, and then you've got the higher levels somewhere up here, basically between 34.40 and 34.60. I'm tentatively still long. I just would have liked to see this sort of accelerate a bit more. In part, that was due to there's been a bit of shuffling with the interest rate probability for the next Fed meeting. Earlier London session, this was at 85%. On Monday, we're about 97. Dropped back to 94 late Monday, Tuesday. Then came down to 85. We've now jumped up to 87% probability. So the market's still trying to sort of digest Friday's payroll revisions, as well as some of the inputs for the ISM last night, where we had the weaker employment component, and then also the higher prices paid, which is starting to communicate some of the inflation effects for the tariffs that are coming through. So, I think we're in that decision digestion kind of situation where you can see both sides of the coin. And that's why we've got a bit of sort of chop and consolidation through this period, but not quite a decisive move either way just yet.
Yeah.
The obvious head you've got here on the pound dollar is 133.30.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there are some clear levels to watch. See how we act up here. If we, just punch into it, stalls out, come back off. That or else we get the break and move up to 33.70.
Yeah.
At the moment, euro dollar definitely looks like it wants to make that further charge. Again, how much height we actually get in it. If we just make it partway to 20, or we actually drive on to 116.50. But at least, euro dollar's actually had a break now of that peak high after the payroll.
Yeah. Daniel, your question regarding what account is it you scale up in after hitting 10%? I believe I'm not mistaken when I say that is the hypergrowth account. But our good friend Yasin, who is usually in the chat, I don't know if Yasin's around today, but Yasin will confirm that for me, so I'm not misadvising you, but I'm pretty sure it's the hypergrowth, which is the
high stakes will be the same as well, 10%.
High stakes, isn't it? Is it 10%?
Yeah. Once you're at the funded stage.
Oh yes, you're right. Yes. Very good point. Yes, yeah.
So both of them are 10%.
Yeah. In fact, I'll go and check it for you just to be sure right now for you, Daniel. What's the NAS looking for you, LJ? We were looking at that this morning as well, weren't we? Yeah,
I was looking for possible shorts on the NAS earlier, and I think we've already come off a bit. I was looking for a little bit more height for an ideal short entry, but this
Yeah.
was basically the target area coming back to where the options levels, implied options are for today. So 23.035 right there for the 0 DTE options coming towards New York. You get that magnetic pull, the spot gamma, and that's basically right where we've come into that basket here with that. So NAS from this point though, I'm not sure. I haven't checked the direct volume yet of these options today, whether that'll actually hold going into New York, or if this ends up being a point to lever off and then we run higher from here. That would probably, as far as just a purely technical structure, looking at the market, and after a sizable run up we had coming into the new week after the payroll, well, that was through here. I would preference longs overall, most probably. But yeah, just in general, I'm not really liking overall market structure on a number of assets. I feel like it's a bit unclear. So I would have preferred to see this carry on and then short from there. Seeing as we didn't get that, I'd probably now be looking at longs through here. And then you got this, even if you went at spot, sort of, if I can drag it up, there we go. Sort of defined area through there, even just go by the lows, and then right up here into the body of that candle formation.
Yeah. And Daniel, yes, it is the high stakes you can scale. So high stakes, you've got to get 8%, then 5% on the 2 phases, and then it's 10% for scaling, and it's the same on the hyper growth as well. So there you go. Looks like pound dollar might come off right now, actually.
Yeah, that's what I'm jumping back over to consider the Aussie trades as well.
Put it up. It tapped into this area here, not where I would have expected a reaction, but that does suggest that we're probably maybe going to get a bit more of a sell down and then come back up to retest. But I saw it. I saw this little structure here on the 1 minute. So I did just take a very cheeky scalp just from here. Just stops above and just took a nice quick 1R just there. So just took that one there. Could have left it for longer, but these things have a tendency to wick back up nastily. So just took a quick 1R there on GU. I don't think we're necessarily there on the move just yet.
I think it's like if you look at the Dixie, we're at the sort of last line of resort for support per the recent consolidation that we've had after the payroll.
Yeah,
right? So below here. Yeah, so either we find support here, which could be a natural level, or you have to assume, we really run right down.
Yeah.
And we can see those higher levels both on the pound dollar, euro dollar. I'm not sure the market sentiment right now is convinced of pushing price that far in this digestion sort of period.
Yeah.
Particularly with Bank of England rates tomorrow, and then I think we'll have to digest that first to get proper direction, and then the week-on-week unemployment claims for the US before market really gets a bit more confidence.
Yeah. Gold, not entirely clear at the moment what it wants to do. Don't really like the structure where it is right now. It's just making inside bars on various time frames with no real clear direction at the moment. So can't say I'm seeing anything particularly clean one way or the other. I'm just trying to see what we've got where. this was a nice little sell that I caught earlier. Actually, when I saw it dipping in here, we'd made the move down, and because I've got other stuff going on, I'm normally just closing my trading view and my MT5, but I had it open, and I just had this tiny little pocket of this 1 minute candle just earlier this morning around 10:25, and it was just chopping around and just all of this, up and down, and then I just saw this massive wick come in, and so I got in just here. I think it was about there. Actually, no, it was probably when this one came back down to there, and just stuck the stops there and sold it off down to the 90% actually. So yeah, that was a nice one in the end to catch. So yeah, I do think we're going to be in a bit on the higher time frames, so kind of around the 4 hour and stuff like that. It just feels as though we're going to be a little bit choppy and ranging for a while, unless the man with the supposed plan in the big White House wakes up and chooses violence again.
Orange man coming in.
Yeah,
hot.
So,
I think we are sort of pressing the sort of pivot point, standard div ATR kind of levels for like a general no news trading day at the moment today. So I think we might actually just be in just back and forth between those levels. So yeah, if we do sell off further on euro dollar, pound dollar, back up on the dollar yen right now, I wouldn't be surprised at all. That seems to be what we're getting. So see if that carries through.
Agreed.
Because I would find it pretty hard to see us come up another 40 odd points or whatever on the euro dollar and the pound and such. That'd be a pretty sort of large day as far as no news. And obviously we had a 200 point gain from the payroll on euro dollar, for instance, already after Friday. Yeah, so overall, I mean, it's pretty quiet today.
Very quiet. Very, very quiet.
I think the gold shorts coming low is probably still a reasonable bet. That 55 level is definitely probably the first point of call. I mean, we're not far from there now, so if you shorted from here, you haven't got much to pick up. But there's a couple of points there. See how price reacts around that interim support for today, intraday. Maybe get a bit of a bounce back up to 70, like we were talking about. It's probably best bet. That or that NAS trade that we were just looking at. I think that is actually a fair shout as far as given where most of the rest of the market is for today.
Yeah, see how GU's just tapped into that zone that I marked out earlier and is now pushing on higher again, coming off this high. I think we can. Certainly think we can make it up to 33.30 area. That's my kind of hunch at the moment, because this was a turning point as well previously. So,
what was the exact top of that wick? Yeah, that was 31.
This one? That was 33.238.
Oh, no. Sorry. Sort of
GU?
just post the GU. So post the payroll. Monday's.
Sorry, Monday. Monday was it
Monday or was it Tuesday? It was Tuesday my time.
Monday
so
high.
Monday New York. Yeah.
Yeah, Monday New York was 33.31. Yeah. So it's just a question of whether we hold that or whether we want to go higher, because I mean it's a pretty significant wick that needs to be closed. The reason I've got this area marked out is because we have this engulfing candle here that wasn't respected. So for me, that's an area that I expect to see some kind of reaction at some point, and the same with this one as well. Those are two that I think may get reactions because they didn't hold off the back of NFP. Hence why I think those are worth looking at. Obviously, you've got the higher time frame of this massive daily candle anyway, which was Wednesday last week. So that's the other one to just bear in mind. I mean, it wouldn't be beyond the realms of possibility of just, price just, even you can see it, how it did it on the daily, it bounces around in this area where we are right now for quite some time. So it wouldn't be beyond the realms of possibility for us to just bounce a little bit more around here. You can see previously on the daily, it has reacted where we are right now. So, is it impossible to imagine that we might do a little bit of a zigzag, something like this? I don't know. It's a terrible zigzag, but you get the idea.
Yeah, so that's, I don't know if we'll get that break higher like today. I think it'll have to be tomorrow to see what the Bank of England stuff is like. Unless somehow, that 31, like we were talking about, and maybe if you just get stops triggered, and then seeing as there's nothing going on, everyone just runs on the move as a technical break. It's a bit snoozy. It
is a bit. Hang on, I know what we'll do. Hang on a second. Let me see.
Check the strength scores if you want. See if we got some other weird cross pairs.
Hang on. Let's get some energy going. No. I haven't got any of my ABL music in here. There we go. There's a bit of ABL energy music, kind of. Maybe kind of. It's got to build up to it. All right. So yeah. Lawrence has got a question. Good to see you, Lawrence. I have a question, guys. I find myself really bad at managing trades when I have a target like 5 to 10R. But if I just stick to a 3R target, my emotions don't get involved, but I miss the big moves. Good question, Lawrence. And it's something that I struggle with. So I'm going to hand this to LJ because he's probably got an answer.
Yeah, I would say if you're looking at 5 to 10 hours, sort of what kind of time frame are we looking? Because it's going to be very different if you're talking about like 5-10 hour on like a swing trade versus say trying to do stuff intraday. But to be honest, like 3 hours heaps. That's huge, right? If you're getting that with like an above, you could have way less than 50% strike rate. And you'd be incredibly profitable, right? I think, you could drop that down to 39% or something, and you'd be crushing it still, right? Yeah. That would put you well in the right basket. So I'd say if it depends, around your other lifestyle stuff as well. I would recommend, as far as trading being sustainable over the long run, take the route that doesn't give you that absolute headache and stir you around, because then you're also more likely to make mistakes overall. So if 3 hours working better as far as your emotions, stick with that. That's a huge multiple anyway. If you selectively find a really good trade and just have the A+ setups, etc. for the 5 to 10. But yeah, I'd say bread and butter, just keep it to that 3R or 2R. You'll feel better in the long run. So, it's a journey, not a sprint type situation, right?
Marathon, not a sprint. Yeah. Exactly. No, totally right. Right. It's not something. It's without being horrible, and please don't say this the wrong way. I don't want to trigger anyone, but when you're going to the 5 to 10R, and I know this, it's greed. Right. Yeah. If you're comfortably getting 3Rs without any issues and your emotions aren't getting triggered, then that's your sweet spot, right? If the 5 to 10Rs are triggering you, then you're either pushing your own comfort zone beyond what you're happy to deal with, or you need to work on it more, right? I know that's what I need to do. You know, when I catch my big trades, they are just they're epically amazing. But then the problem is I'm then not paying attention to the small 3-4 Rs that would add to that, you know. There's something definitely to be said for keeping an eye on those less glamorous, you know, less Instagrammable trades, if that makes sense. Yeah,
definitely. And yeah, if you're on the 5 to 15 minute, looking at 5 to 10 hours, I mean, yeah, you must have a pretty tight stop, obviously. You know, so yeah, you're gonna be sweating with that one, right? Yeah. Absolutely sweating, like a gypsy with a mortgage or something. You know, that's gonna be rough.
I think, you know, if you look at like Rich, right? So those of you who know Rich, who's the performance coach for the Fibers, he trades like sometimes negative risk to reward, right? But his win rate is massive, right? So risk to reward is just a metric, right? It's not a sign of success. It's not a medal, right? It's something that you can boast about in your forums and in the chat channels and everything else. But it's not something that determines your profitability, I don't think.
Yeah.
So yeah. Tiago says the GJ call from yesterday was good. Plus the strength meter GBP was strong and JP was weak. Thank you, Tiago. Thank you. Let's have a look at the strength scores, shall we? That is why we are seeing the Aussie and the New Zealand dollar holding the pound back. Now, the pound has actually shown a bit of weakness now because of that, because those two are just so strong right now. Aussie, New Zealand dollar against the US dollar, against the yen, look like they might be decent trades to keep an eye on. What do you reckon, LJ?
Yeah, I agree. I was just trying to find where I had the employment data. I must have exited before for New Zealand. But yeah, absolutely powered on today. They're definitely the outperformers, you know, by far and away. So yeah, if you go sort of pound Aussie, New Zealand Aussie, New Zealand pound, sorry. Yeah, it definitely might be a reversal set up there for sure.
Just realised pound dollar actually started with a equal high, so definitely going to go higher on that, I think. Take that high. It's a very weak high.
I'm keeping a very eagle-eyed look on this right now. Just getting ready to pounce. So
I think once we get into this area here, then I think we'll be good for sells. Just where it is at the moment. You can see the 15-minute is just, it hasn't completely negated this wick, but it's certainly doing its best to do so. So yeah. So we'll say 90 minutes, still got 45 minutes left on it, so there's still plenty of time for it to play out, as is the 2 hour, so there's plenty to go. The only thing is the 5 hours closing soon. That right now looks, I mean, basically in the next 45 minutes we need to see that move starting. Otherwise, you know, you see that the 7 hour has closed and it's bounced off 1, 2, this one here, it's taken the entirety of those two and the body of this one as well. That's the only thing, is this wicker just a bit of a red herring, and are we actually going to go higher? That's the only thing that I would be thinking about in terms of that higher time frame. Same on the 8 hour. We've still got another hour and 40 minutes to go. Again, it's taken the body and the entirety of that one. They're looking strong right now for buys, in fairness. Very strong for buys. It's making that move right now. That 11 hour and the 10 hour both looking very strong. we are leaving this inside bar on the 12-hour. So we'll see how that plays out. But it does feel as though, I mean, yes, you've got this area as a potential reaction area on the higher, but it's just this, I think this is probably the stronger area, is my thoughts at least. Let's have a look on the daily. What does it look like in terms of a fib level? Take it down to there. Yeah, see, that's the 50 there. So I think actually longs is probably better right now.
Yeah, we've still got that slight more height in the euro. So
yeah,
we're just on that cusp, like we were saying on the Dixie.
Yeah.
At the minute.
So yeah, I think
it's just a full momentum and flows day. So like I was saying before, I think trading finding the tops of these ranges that we're in intraday, and then sort of executing on the, decisive breaks is probably the best move.
Yeah. Tiago's saying he reckons it'll go to 3,400. I think that's a stretch too far, personally.
For today, yeah.
I think that's a stretch too far. There's nothing to drive that today. Like there's no major news to come out. But again, the orange man in the White House might turn around and choose violence again. If he does, then all bets are off. Just got to figure out, who's he been talking to, and we've got to find out who's placing their trades before he wakes up, or before we think he wakes up, because that's who he's then been talking to. So Tiago's asking for us to have a look at the DAX. Let's have a look at the DAX. There we go. DAX on the daily still feels kind of short to me.
DAX, hey. The DAX definitely looks short right now. We did come up into the resistance area. I think when we were talking about it on Monday, I think we spoke about it for a bit. We came right into that level.
Yeah. And it's very, very nice opportunity for sells potentially. And I'd probably be selling down to this area, to kind of down to the 23,000 mark. If you're going to hold it for a while. Pound dollar is making a move higher. So this will be one to watch. Let's have a look. See how it wants to play out. It's taken that level. Now we just want to see what's it going to react from. So we'll go down to the 1 hour. The 1 minute, sorry.
We're coming up to that 31 gradually. Eurodollar is only marginally creeping up.
Yeah.
As well, so
really want to see a nice wick from this little pocket here. Otherwise, if we're going for this level here, then we're going higher. In my view, I think. Raj saying how to find intraday trends. If you're trying to find them, that's kind of the part of the problem, I would say, is if you go looking for them. Whereas if you wait for them to come to you, then you're more likely to catch them. Does that make sense? Like if you if you go hunting for a particular setup constantly, then your eyes will start playing tricks on you and think, oh yeah, that is a setup. But you might not then do the full analysis because your look for them, your hunt kind of, what's the word? Gives you more impetus to try and catch them. You don't want to miss them if you're going looking for them across different pairs. So I would say trying to find the intraday trends, trying to figure them out, you got to drill down from the start, from the higher time frames all the way down, and just stick to a few assets, and really familiarize yourself with those. Because as we always say, the yen pairs will be very, very different to say for example the Aussie pairs or the pound pairs, for example, right? So you got to really familiarize yourself with those, I think. We are just coming into that.
Yeah, the other thing I'd say as well, as far as the trend, you can look at the things like the Dixie, which is the dollar index, right? And then you can look at like the yen index, the pound index, which is the basket of all of that nation, like, measured against every other currency, right? And so if you got one going clearly one way in the entire basket, then you get a good general idea of the dollar sentiment that day or the pound sentiment that day. Another way to sort of look for the current like theme type trend of the day, if you want to put it that way, is you can get a basket of assets in, say, like a risk on, risk off is very, what the market typically trades between, right? And then other days you'll have like a flat neutral consolidation sideways day, which is like Goldilocks. But so your risk basket would be things prone to risk, so like indices, right? So if indices are going up, stuff like the Aussie dollar is a higher beta currency and prone to risk, that's going up. You've got gold coming off, that would mean you're probably in risk on, right? And then you can add like the dollar yen or Swiss franc, dollar franc, because people buy the franc as risk off elements. So if dollar franc is also appreciating, then you've got a very clear basket that is telling you that it's risk on, and vice versa, risk off. So if you have all those sort of in front of you and you can see how they're all moving together in real time and see the correlation, then that gives you a good idea for that stuff as well. We're just flirting with that level. Just having a little flirt,
It's tapped into the wick of that inside bar, which is at the high here, and it's just teasing at the moment. It's just teasing. So not entirely certain on it at the moment. But it's come up pretty quickly to that area, suggesting that we've had enough time now to then maybe sell off, on those higher time frame candles we were talking about. But again, it could just be rangy, Ideally, we want to see a retest of this wick, and then for us to sell off, and then that's a good, nice entry to sell. So ideally for me, I want to see a retest of this wick here, and then we sell off and sell it down. But it hasn't taken the high of, basically I want to see it take the high of this. That makes sense.
Wondering as well if we could get sort of a fake up move where, because euro dollar's kind of got 116.20 as its sort of next interim head level. We're currently sitting at 12, so we breached that 10 point, which has also been a point of pause in the past as well. So wondering if we get like 116.20, last little spurt, pound dollar, also shunt higher, just a touch, 133.40 or something, and then sort of just dies out, get a complete sort of fake out, bit of a bull trap, and then turn around.
Yeah.
So Aussie dollar's also sitting around those kind of levels, that 60.
It is thinking about it, isn't it?
So yeah, I think the majority of the impulse for moves today will definitely be coming into New York. See where we go there.
I'm going to take this from here. I'm taking it from there. I'm just taking it and see if it holds or not. I don't know. We'll see. It may or may not. I think it's probably going to take this and then it will go. But it's really not liking it at the moment. So oh, look at that.
There's the drive on the 1 minute.
I'll take that.
Yeah, we've got there's a point here where
I'm closing that. I'll take that right there. Thank you. I'm not even gonna ask any questions. I will happily take that. Thank you very much. Whatever market maker decide to poke the bear, thank you.
Yeah. There's where Dolly Yen's coming up to stop support as well, which just flipped, and right as Dolly Yen had that little spurt as well. Euro, pound dollar, Aussie dollar also.
I do think the trade is actually
really flow driven today.
I do think there's still some validity in a trade like this. So if I move it across, something like that, where it takes these two levels here, because you've got a perfect equal high and you've got a wickless candle here. So it could still come up, test this wick, and then sell off. If we look at the other candles, look, the 7 minutes tapped in nicely. The 5 minute less convincing. The 3 minute has left this inside bar with a nice wick. The 11 minute, not ideal, but you'd see that wick being retested. So yeah, that's fair game. Same on the 14 minute. Yeah, and it's just created this inside bar here now. So it's a question of how far does it want to go? There we go. It's taken the high. Take these, and then
I'm going to be waiting for euro dollar to sort of top out.
Come on, join me in the adrenaline rush. Join me in the adrenaline rush.
I've got a partial entry on Aussie dollar, and then we're going to put the other half if we either if we stall out here or come a touch higher. So I'm short there from 65.05. We'll see if we hit 10. Yeah, 65.10 on Aussie dollar just now. But
come on, do I take it? No. Wait for it, guys. Wait for it. There's no FOMO here, William. There's no FOMO. Saint Doobie says, can I pick his lotto numbers? Only if you pick mine, mate. Only if you pick mine. Oh dear.
There we go. Because we just ticked over that half an hour. And
right, now let's see if it holds. Don't enter it yet, guys. Don't enter it yet.
Euro dollar trying to push for that 116.20 or so. The trouble is now with the Dixie, like we're looking at, we've kind of sort of cracked that lower level. That's whether someone would fake out or.
So that was the trade I took earlier, but I don't like this structure right now. It needs to wick seriously right now for me to be happy with sells from here. And it's not. Okay. Now we can get into sells and see if it holds. There we go.
See how this plays. There's a few guys asking about gold again as well, just before, so we can jump over to that soon. Just give me 1 sec. Just gonna pop it.
There we go. This one might sell off more, so we'll take it down back to this level here where we were before. And we'll see. It's taken this one, so we've got to be careful it doesn't wick back up again. But I think it might hold. It's looking all right on MT5, so we'll wait and see. It must be the music, guys. It's the music. The tunes are just getting me into this. So there you go. Yeah, I think we've got more sells coming in. The way that 1 minute closed was very nice. So we'll see it push down further. Let's see. It's in that nice area where we're at the top of those highs from Monday. So seeing more sells coming in would be reasonable to expect, even just on the 1 minute. So let's keep an eye. MT5, still thinking about it. Sometimes you get a different flow from MT5 than you do on TradingView. So yeah, there we go, pushing further down. So we should hopefully get a bit more of a push down to TP. Let's see. I mean, it's possible that it will come down to here because this looks like the next area for waiting. But let's wait and see how it plays out. But that's a nice TP in itself. There you go. Mikel says, I think the sell is valid, but still too soon. There's still some liquidity on the upside to be taken. There is.
It's just today's quiet. It's a very quiet day. Yeah.
All right. Whoever took this trade, you are welcome. Okay? You are welcome. All right. I would like my checks sent to my PO box, which I will send to you guys in DMs. Just let me know. So
yeah, like it's like focus music.
It's a little bit high energy. There's just a slightly faster beat to it. So
tiniest bit. I don't know if it's high energy, but but it's good. Very like the study/work focus music stuff.
Yes.
Listen to,
So. It was indeed a sniper entry. It was 2 sniper entries. Let's not forget, guys. Let's not forget. So yeah, no, a nice setup here on the 1 minute. We tapped into that area, and the reason we tapped into that, I'll show you the reasoning behind it. So if we look at this on the 30 minute, okay, this is why I'm anticipating a reaction from here in some form or another. Is we've got this here, this wick, which is a massive engulfing candle. Now, the way that we've reacted on the 30 minutes suggests that actually these shorts aren't going to hold for very long, because as you can see, we haven't really rejected from that area, but it's still an area where I'd expect us to bounce from. So if I then drill down to the 1 minute and go into the structure on the 1 minute, and let me zoom in on here, what we can see is that this was an engulfing candle to the upside, but this is the major liquidity, this inside bar on the 1 minute. So I'm expecting it to tap into the wick of that and decide whether it wants to take it or not. When it decided to wick into it like that, and then this retest shot back down, that's my confirmation to get in. So the first one was higher risk. That was this one, where we were just kind of sitting and thinking about it. And so that's why I then took that one. And then the second one was taking us down to this level here on that one there. So those are the reasons why I took those 2 trades. Shabarati, it is not a hard rule to only use 1 to 2%, but it is a strong recommendation. If you are, let me be brutally honest with you, if you are taking high risk trades on like 100k account, and you've just bought a 100k account, right, and you've just smashed through it, and you're risking more than 1% or anything like that, then you're going to get flagged as high risk, and they might put restrictions on your account, right? It's just that they don't have any trade history of you. They don't know your backstory, right? If you've been trading with them for a while and they can see your trading style and everything else, then you're probably okay. But none of these prop firms want people going all hell for leather and just smashing it, right? Because it's then harder for them to manage their book. So yeah. Saying Doobie, the reason being is I'm not always in the zone. I think I need to have this music on all the time. So I'm going to have this playing constantly for me to be able to trade. It must be this music. I have been funded 6 times and scaled once, but never got a payout. I scaled a 10k hypergrowth in a day with a trade like this that I just left running, and I then blew the 20k funded account, which was that was upsetting. Let's just say I had a few whiskeys that night after that happened to drown my sorrows. Nashik's asking us for gold. All right, let's go have a look at gold. Pound dollar has given us enough excitement one day. So
I had a number asking for gold.
Gold has broken out of that range that we were talking about earlier. So we were in this range here. We've just come and rejected away from this wickless candle. We also have an inside bar up here as well. So there's still major liquidity for us to target. 1 minute doesn't look convincing as a rejection. The 2 minute does, though. The 2 minutes you can see here has turned around and said, engulfing to the downside. We're going to leave you for the minute. The 5 minutes hasn't quite tested the wick, but again, it is a nice rejection area. I wouldn't be surprised to see some sells in here. Just looking at how it is forming at the moment. That 15 minute, nice engulfing to the downside here. And it doesn't seem to want to come and take this. The only thing is it started with this. So don't expect it to hold for very long. So you might, it's not a nice setup at all, but you might catch a sell from here down to maybe down to here. Potentially. It's not a very clean setup though. I don't like the way it's set up right now because it's creating inside bars as it's forming. So it's not a particularly clean setup that I would like to take myself personally. But I mean, it's high risk, this one. So see how it's just taken that low, just taken it, and there we go. Smash through it, but it's leaving all of this behind. So that's why it's not a long-term hold, right? It's not a long-term hold. You maybe take it even just down to here, and nothing more than that, because it could easily react from these wicks here. So yeah, that's gold. But gold at the moment, I'm still not seeing a particularly clean pathway as to where it wants to go. If we look at this at the moment, it is just created this low here, meaning that this level here is an inside bar. It's taken the high of that. So I would probably be looking for sells around here, and that sell might hold actually. But I'd be very, very careful. I don't like all of this liquidity here that's leaving behind. I don't like the look of that at all. Just not a nice formation of a move down. So never trade. No, Doobie, that is a very, very wise advice. And no, the drink came after the trade. It came after the misery of blowing a scaled 20k account. So yeah. Raf, stop trying to shill us your H bar. All right. Yeah. Just stop trying to shill your H bar. All right.
H bar.
Exactly.
Gold. We've got this kind of there's a bit of a channel, somewhat forming here, right?
Yeah.
So this underside is definitely the point to look at. If we potentially get another little test down here. If I throw the pivot points on as well for today, you can see that's where the pivot levels are today. So they're definitely great. A great tool I like to use for any of you guys. Like you can see how yesterday, you've got clear sort of midsection, S1, R1, and we just play level to level, right? So through here, through that middle area, we then sort of broke through it. Either side, you trade either way, bang down, just a touch above that S1 today, and then you would I mean, you can see the R1 is right by the top of the channel as well. So I would probably be looking for potential buys and lean on that 33.55 area and try to see if we then get the drive up towards that top end, 33.96, and obviously you got a number of levels higher up there beyond 3400. See if we break that. So
digital, man, digital. Did you miss anything? You missed nothing. Nothing at all. just me rather unlike me, actually catching some really nice sniper scalpy trades. I feel like I might have to start that domain name, LJ, that I was telling you about earlier. Snipe the market.
Yeah.
Maybe I need to start doing that. I don't know. We'll see. So yeah, anyone who wants that domain name, snipethemarket.com, let me know. I've got it in my my domain portfolio. So yeah. The pivot indicator, I've seen it before, but I've never used it. What's it based on? What calculation is it making?
Yeah, so there's a couple different ones where you can calculate them a little bit differently. But as far as the standard pivot levels, it basically takes like the open from the prior day, the close, and then the high-low, extrema points. And so essentially it's almost like a variation of the ATR, right?
Yeah.
And basically then maps out expected price based on the prior day's ATR, and which portions you spent the most time in, right? So if you had yesterday's open price, the lower point was say 0.2 below, we had a higher drive, say 0.4 above, then it's going to shift them correspondingly regarding that. So if you just go
so it's not necessarily ATR.
Not exactly, but it's sort of a variance on that given the incremental points. So hang on, if you go so if we just let's go to Investopedia, so give everyone the best look, because explaining it is not as communicative as of just seeing the actual equation.
This is much clearer. This makes much more sense for me.
But yeah, I mean, basically it is, okay, so the pivot equals high plus low plus close divided by 3.
Yeah.
And that's where you get the midpoint, the R1, R2, R3, and then you get the S1, S2, S3. So you're...
Guys, stick with us, okay? I know this looks like a maths lesson, all right? Please stick with us. Stick with us.
But yeah...
running away.
All you have to... Well, look,
I'm liking it. I'm loving it. But I just know the YouTube algorithms hate this crap, right? But I'm just telling you.
But yeah, the point is just to say, high minus low, blah, blah, blah. That's basically how it's calculated. Pretty simple, really. And then that's basically what you come out with. And seeing as you're calculating on those high-low close points, then it's basically it's an ATR variant, and each of the R1, R2, R3 kind of becomes like a extension of price. So you look at your like standard divs, right? So high probability hitting the R1 or S1, less probability the R2, S2. And basically when you see them really push out to those higher levels, the R1, R2, etc., right up to R3, you're really at like an extrema of price for that intraday move. So that can often be a good point to lean on, and then short or reverse the trade.
And Void, actually, Snipe the Market is one that I haven't bought any domains. The last domain I bought was yours. That was the last domain that I bought, Akram. So I'm trying to tame myself. I'm trying to sell some domains now. So yeah. And we knew that LJ is the Elon Musk genius. There you go. And it's not rocket science.
It's all right.
It's not rocket science.
It's basic stuff.
It's not rocket science. So no, absolutely. Might be another good sell opportunity on GU right now. Just pushing down lower on the 1 minute. Yeah, nice engulfing candle, taking out all the previous bodies from the last 5 minutes. So possible sells in on there at the moment. Looking for those to sell down. Just want to see it break that that engulfing candle. Let me just pull up my chart. Just want to see
Getting that kind of fake outy
break that level.
move.
There we go. Yep, sells are in. That'll do. So third trade was, where was it? Just there. Stops just there. And currently in it at the moment. But I think we may be able to ride this down to here. So we'll see. So yeah, they do get adhered to more than you think. The floor traders used mainly pivots years ago.
Yeah, because all it is every single day you get X number of people in the market making X number of decisions with roughly the same amount of capital every single day, and then so you're going to get roughly similar price action to the corresponding period.
Yep.
1 second, someone's at my door.
LJ's getting a late night visitor. Let's see if he comes back in one piece or not. Hopefully he does. Yeah, that GU is kind of struggling to push down, but I think we should be all right for that TP. The only area that we may get stuck is this little pocket in here. So that might be a safer take profit. But we'll see. I do think we'll probably come for this level here, this wickless candle just here. So we'll see. Yeah, exactly. Was it pizza?
No, it's burgers. Pizza. It's my partner with burgers. So she got grilled. Henry will know what that is. Pretty sure we only have that in Australia. I don't think it's anywhere else.
It sounds wrong over here. So I hope it's just a nice burger, and she didn't get grilled or hassled or something. So,
No, yeah. No, it's a good burger place. So
good stuff.
Yeah.
It's the only thing is you've got to be sell at the moment on GU because it's the last 2 1-minute candles have started without a wick. So just be careful that you don't get caught out. In fact, I'm closing that right now because we have just wicked back up, and so close that third one now because I'm not sure we're going to hold for that. So I'll happily take that as a 2.6R instead. So Kim says I use them and they're very useful. I use the M pivots as well, which is basically the middle of each pivot.
Yeah. The 0.5 sort of standard div, if you want to call it, the interim levels.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is a Dixie, so you can see, pivot up here, right? That's the midpoint, right, for today. We've come down. This is basically the S1, and likewise, like I was talking about at the start of the stream, it looks as though fair shot we get a bit of a fake out, a slight overrun, and then kind of reverse. Euros, similar deal. We push that R1, and then we're just in that middle kind of. It's a bit no man's land, really. Pound, similar deal, but then stall right at those that prior top. Aussie dollar as well. It's not pulling down quite as hard as the other guys, but I am short through here, so I'd probably wait till after we break 65 to add the second half, just to so we've actually confirmed that we're running off.
It's into a nice little area. Does look nice. Sells there, very very nice. Nice catch on that one.
T1 about 95, T2 about 86, and then down to 76 for the full move there. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, looks it does look nice actually on the 5 minute as well. Nice formation, nice wick on a 5 minute candle there. Same on the 7 as well. Looks good for sells on there. Ideally, probably want to see a retest of this here for maybe another entry. Would that be a fair one? Might see it retest, for example, this wick here on the 10-minute maybe.
Yeah, I feel like if we get it, like, because there's just a touch over 65 level has been a point of interest for Aussie dollar for the past I don't know, year or so, a number of times, where we've stopped incrementally at 65.04, 65.05, 65.07, and then you kind of got 65.10, and it's kind of this cluster in there where there's a bunch of orders through that point. So I'd probably, I short at 65.05 just to get in, but yeah, I'd probably now wait for confirmation of that coming back under 65.
Marky's asking about gold. Well, there you go. Gold has stalled somewhat, but it did come down to that level. And yeah, I'm not entirely convinced what it wants to do now, though. You might see a buy up from here, so I'd be careful on gold at the moment, because this is a nice little area to potentially see some buys coming in. So I'd be cautious because it only took these two levels and it still left all of these behind. So I'd be very, very careful with gold. If you were in this sell, I'd probably close now. Is my suggestion.
Yeah, there's that 55 level lower. I'd probably, like, depending if you hadn't shorted from much higher, like 70 plus, I wouldn't short now. I'd probably wait to see if we get to that 55 level, how we react there, and probably lean on that for a bounce back up towards 75 to 80 or so. I'd say the other possibility we've got with the NAS, again, if we check out the pivot point type play here. So the options levels are a bit further down, just about here, at 35 kind of level. And looking at this, we do have lower high. If this holds here as well, lower high, we could see a bit of a drive through here and then push well beyond and back down to this lower area coming into New York. It's not looking super convincing for longs from today's price action, at least. Obviously, Monday was very strong, came right on, but we seem to be faltering just a touch right now.
Yeah, see how gold reacted off that point that I marked out? Look at that. Nasty wick. So I hope anyone who was in that gold sell, I hope you closed so you don't miss out on those profits. Any thoughts on silver? Says Le Saint. I'm in a 15-minute around current level, stop loss 38.
Silver just looks like sideways chop.
Oh dear. Oh no. I do. Ooh, why, Le Saint? Why are you trading this?
Yeah.
That I wouldn't feed that to my dog. That's disgusting. No. No, don't. Please.
Yeah.
Please don't.
Silver's only good for like swing trades these days. I mean, trading it intraday is.
I can see from the 4 hour, you've got a nice structure. You've got this big engulfing candle that's taken out the previous three. So yes, that makes sense. But the others, you've got this structure here acting as support to potentially push you up, and you've got this adding, buying pressure. 12 hour, it's pushed down. Again, 14 hour, look, 1, 2, and we're still in that area, I wouldn't. I personally, I wouldn't. That's just me.
I'd just rather trade gold, you know.
Yeah.
If you're gotta pick one, because silver just sort of lags gold and then does some weird stuff in between.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly. So St. Doobie's asking what's the name of the indicator. I think it's just called pivots, isn't it?
Yeah, so the pivot points standard is the one looking at.
You've got a different one, pivots traditional auto. Or is that is that what it's called on your chart?
Yeah, that's just what it's called on the chart. But that's the one right there, pivot points standard. Yeah.
Good.
So like if you go pivot points, you can see there's a bunch of like different variants, you know, doing all sorts of stuff, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just the standard one. So it should be the second from the top when you search them.
There you go. Hopefully that helps. St. Doobie.
Yeah.
St. Doobie. Henri says he loves the sweet potato chips and garden goodness. I don't know what you're talking about, Henri, but it does sound delicious.
That's that's grilled. He's talking about.
Yeah. Aussie dollar kind of just not really doing much. It's just
it's been slow. Hey,
it's just stalled, isn't it? Really want to see some kind of, ideally just a spike up and then straight back down again to get in on those sells, because it does look good for sells. So
I think it'll be coming towards New York. We'll get more of the push. Also have to see where indices go, because if they do drop off, like we're sort of looking at, they seem very 50-50 today for indices. There's not really a clear move either way. At the minute, the options levels are a bit lower, of course, and then potentially if, you know, by running back to them, we've sort of failed to gain any ground to the upside, get a bit more selling. That sort of often rolls over and influences the Aussie dollar move as well. So hopefully you see that sort of kick it on and propel it down, potentially. But yeah, euro dollar and you know, gradually coming off here now. Go down to 1 minute. Oh, that's way too zoomed out. Gradually wafting off, but yeah, we're still up in this area. Similar deal with the pound. We still need to clear sort of 33.10 on the pound really for it to be convincing, and then back below 116 for the euro as well.
Yeah, with pound, I would be careful just because of the way it's structured, a perfect equal high on the 1 minute. So it might still spike up, back up to kind of 33.23, 33.25 area. It's not left much else behind though. It's got to be said. So looking for sells on that. I think.
The 5 minutes starting to look pretty nice, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's looking heavy, right?
Smashed through the most recent low. It might hold for the moment. But I'm not convinced that the sells on GU are going to hold for very long. I just, I don't see it. I think they're going to be short-lived before we maybe go for higher prices. I might be wrong, but just don't see. I don't see us as, you know, flying or falling all the way down. But who knows? Who knows? Anyway, guys, that is it from us for today. We have got two esteemed colleagues sitting here in the background, ready to take you through into the next segment of the live trading room. We're not going to introduce their names because they'll do it themselves. And let's just leave a little bit for you guys to find out. So you got to stick around. But no doubt going to be another epic segment. Guys, thank you ever so much for joining us. As always, great to see you all. And we'll be back again tomorrow. Alrighty.
Yep.
Take
Stay
it
safe,
easy.
everyone.
Cheers, guys.
Catch up.
Well, hello. We are back. We have a special guest today. How is everyone doing? It is the 6th of August, and I have the privilege to be in the company of Samir. How are you doing, Samir? I think you are muted. Let's check on that. Check again.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
I'm
How are
good. I'm
you
good, Victor.
doing, Samir?
I'm good. What
We
about you?
I'm fine, thank you. This is the first time we stream together. It's
Yeah,
going to be
definitely.
exciting.
Definitely. So let's share a few insights on charts. What I think, what do you think? I think our viewers will love to hear our thoughts on the charts.
Yes, indeed. I'm going to, but before we start, since I believe you have been already in our stream one time
Yeah,
already, is that correct?
definitely. I
Yes.
have been once on the live stream of Fivers. It was really amazing. And now here I am again. Let's go.
Yes, indeed. Samir, for those who perhaps are, haven't seen you before, can you tell them a little brief intro as to who you
Okay.
are, what you trade, and what kind of trader are you, and a little just brief so that they know where you're coming from in terms of your analysis and a person going forward.
Okay. So I started my journey in 2019. I
Hmm.
started with binary options. Of course, lost money in that. And then slowly I came to know about Forex as I was doing job back then. So little bit timing, I was having some timing issue. So I was not able to trade stock market here and there because we have fixed time for the stock market.
Hmm.
So yeah, I dived into that, but I found out Forex due to my timing, my job, and everything. So I thought, let's give this Forex thing a try. So
Okay.
I started, I think, in 2020 only, midway. I came to know about Forex. Of course, my journey started with the binary option. I lost money there. And slowly getting into Forex, doing the job along that. I started my journey with patterns. Not really had any success with that, but slowly learned different strategies with the experience. And it took me, I think, 3 to 4 years to be, profitable, consistent. So yeah, it's just a small introduction. I started in 2019. Took me 3 to 4 years to be profitable. I have secured around almost 32,000 with Fivers, and I have multiple, I have funding from multiple firms also. I have done good in that also. So yeah.
Thank you for that, Samir. We love that the story isn't that the story of what we want to be hearing, right? The climb of the trader. That's the path that a lot of traders are on, and of course they want to reach those milestones you have reached, getting some nice payouts as you mentioned, as well as going through the maze, right? Because before you get to profitability,
Hmm.
when you start from zero, basically, there's so many options to take, right? So many routes to take, so many, whether you're gonna be on different time frames, whether you're gonna do different assets, different strategy, different, there's so many options, and even once you choose a path, there's still again other decisions to be made, um, to form you where are you going to be putting your risk, things like that. And you have been very successful at it, as you have explained. What are you looking before we go to the charts, what are you looking in the market, how, if you were to explain your
Hmm.
edge? to
Okay.
someone who doesn't know you? What is it that you're trying to catch in the market?
Okay. So first of all, I would like to tell that I have been a strategy hopper for a very long time. So I have literally tried everything in the market. You can name it. I have tried it.
Hmm.
So I have came across that my strong thing is some kind of liquidity and
Okay.
entering based on some FVG or supplier demand. Okay. So this is
Okay.
whole strategy in a small term: liquidity, order blocks, FVG. That's it. I wait for a liquidity, then I enter either on the FVG, or it can be the on the order block or supplier demand. So this is my I would like to uh, tell you that how my strategy works. And in terms of intraday swing, I will consider myself a kind of day trader, intraday trader, intra session trader, I will say. I will not take a trade out of the session. So right now I'm trading with the NAS 100 only. I have
Okay.
really quit forex because price action was really not the best. I think my strategy is working. I think I'm having 10 to 20% more win rate in indices. So I think,
Really?
yeah, definitely. I think you should also, give it a try. And even our viewers, you just back test this thing, indices, same strategy, apply here. I think you will get better results. It's my personal opinion. You can test it. Anyways,
Perfect.
doing this thing on indices now. I have marked these levels. You cannot see my screen right now, but I will share shortly. So I just mark the range wherever the liquidity is gone. I wait for the structure shift, or can be some kind of Fibonacci retracement. That's it. It's very simple. Rest is risk management, and your position size and everything. So that is it. It's not rocket science. Just very simple. Liquidity, and yeah, I've mentioned it a couple of times. So yeah, that's it.
So basically, what you do is you try to find liquidity. That what you mentioned, and you're using FVG. You mean fair value gap, of course,
Yeah, yeah,
right?
definitely.
And
Yeah.
some other structures, either fib level or order blocks. I have a lot of questions to you, Samir, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm happy, and I think the audience have a lot of questions for you too. But before we dig deeper into those questions and get to know you a little bit better
Mm-hmm.
personally, to begin with, I would like to ask everyone, or request everyone, if you're enjoying this, if you are interested in this, what we are showing you, you think this is great. I want to see what Samir is doing, how he got more than 30,000 in profits. Right? Did I hear you correct? You said 30 some.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
How you did that? Um, if you want to know more insights about that, one
Mm-hmm.
way you can support um, everyone, one way you can support this, and we so that we can keep doing this, is by hitting the like button and subscribe to the channel. Very little thing. It only costs you a few clicks, and we will be grateful for it. All right, Samir. So I have many questions, and I'm sure you have always you've been talking about this, because I mean, who doesn't want to hear a success story, right? So
Yeah.
I'm sure you're not this is not the first time you're talking about this,
Mm-hmm.
but you said a couple of things that I like a lot. Like, it's not rocket science, meaning you're keeping it simple, right? That's what you were trying to tell us.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, just keeping it simple. Rest is it's risk management, and of course you need to have a strategy. You should back test it. You should forward test it. You should even try it on the demo. And once you have the data, let's say for 3 months, and then yeah, you're good to go. I don't think so. Nobody can stop you. You just give yourself 3 months with one strategy, no matter what it is. Of course, you should know what you are doing. If you are doing the things randomly, I don't think so you're going to get results. So you should use your brain. Whatever you're using, it has given results to people. You can mold it here and there, whatever your personality is. And yeah, just give 3 months. I'm sure if you give 3 months to one strategy, and risk management, of course, 1 to 2% risk, that's it.
Before we go to the charts, I would like to ask you. So, what is your risk management? You're mentioning 1 to 2%. Is that based on the whole account, or are you getting in all the whole risk allocation in one entry, or are you breaking it down into multiple attempts? Is it 1% a day? What is it that how does your risk management look
Okay.
like?
Okay. So before telling you that, my trading plan is like one trade a day. I have seen myself, if I take more than one trade, it is a losing scenario only. So I have learned from my mistake. So one trade
Okay.
for me, that's it. And if you talk about the risk, I risk 1% only. And if I'm losing an if I'm running in a losing streak, I can risk 0.5%. I'm talking about live account right now. So I
Okay.
have, I think, three live accounts, 100K. So, and one thing more, I don't trade it simultaneously. I trade it, let's say I pick 100K today, I take one position there. If there is a loss, it's okay, let's move to another account tomorrow. Okay, first thing, you have to diversify your risk. If you have multiple accounts, of course many viewers must be having one account only. So yeah, I think you should risk 1%, one trade a day. And yeah, if you talk about these challenge stage, I risk 1.5% because I think my risk to reward is 1 to 2. I don't think I need to risk more than 1.5%. It can take me a little bit more time to pass, it's okay. But it is also preventing me to preventing my account to be blown, so I have to keep that thing also in mind. I was a very aggressive trader like 2 years ago. I used to risk 3%, 4%. Of course I passed the challenge here and there, but that approach is not really sustainable, consistent. My emotions was getting really, I was happy one day if my trade hits the TP, I made fucking 8%. And if I hit the loss, and I'm down, I'm really feeling very low, I can't even go to the gym. So I didn't wanted that life. It really took me a long time to realize this thing and to adapt in my behavior, in my mindset. So now it can take more time. Let's say from 1 week to 2 weeks, it can take even a month to pass the challenge. If I'm risking 1%, 1.5%, if I'm in a losing streak, whatever it is, whatever the scenario it is. So yeah, I think risking 1 to 1.5 is that's it. If your risk reward is 1 to 2, which is industry standard, I think nowadays 1 to 1.5 maybe sometimes. I don't think so. You need to risk more. I think you can move slow in this game. Slow is the fast. So yeah.
Wise word. I can see through those words that you have been through some very valuable lessons from where you are speaking from. So I like that. I like that a lot, Samir. What is your typical risk reward ratio? What are you looking for? Are you a 1-to-1 guy? Are you someone who's going for the extremes? What is it? What are you aiming for?
I have two situations right now that I would like to share to our viewers and with you.
Hmm.
So let's say, first of all, my risk to reward is 1 to 2 strictly only. So I don't,
Okay.
increase my risk to reward on a random thing. I have seen 1 to 2 is a very good risk to reward according to my strategy. It hits on a consistent basis. So other scenario is, I would like to mention that let's say one of my account is in 3% profit. Okay, and another one is 1% or maybe 1.5%, and another is the same. So this 3%, I might can trail my stop loss to 1%, and I can let that position to run. This thing is gonna happen with time with you guys also. This mindset, I don't think so it is easy to build that mindset. Even I myself make mistakes sometimes here and there, but just to push myself, I do this kind of practice here and there. Once I get to a certain stage, let's say 2 to 3%, I can trail my stop loss. It happens very less, uh, on less scenarios, but more often my risk to reward is 1 to 2 strictly. And yeah, and one thing also I would like to mention, let's say sometimes my entry is a little bit up, but if my trading view candle is closed, i will I will mark my risk to reward to there, risk to reward tool there on the trading view. No matter if I'm getting 1 to 1.8 on my MT5, it doesn't matter. If on a trading view it's 1 to 2, I'll just just close my position. Because sometimes I've seen with my data, sometimes if I'm waiting for my MT4, MT5 or MT4 to hit my target, sometimes it doesn't get it. Again, I will come to that only. Data is really important. You have to see what your trades are doing, It's really serious business, guys. So if you are in this, just take this everything seriously. Every single step you take, every the way you think, whatever you click the button, it is really very serious. It is, I think you should take this thing seriously. And I know my data, 1 to 2 is good. Whatever I'm talking about right now, my data says that if I'm taking more than one trade, most of the time it's a loss. Then why I'm repeating that mistake, So yeah, that's it.
I like it. I like it, Samir. How you know where your edge is. That's what you're telling us. You know that fixed risk reward ratio. You have proven it in your data, and you have conviction, and you can trade it confidently. And you also mentioned a couple of things. You said to take it seriously, and it sounds so obvious and so logical. Of
Yeah.
course, everyone wants to take it serious, but are they? I think because there are so many things we do, and everyone watching. If you're a trader, you can ask yourself this question: is everything we do really, really right, like well
Yeah.
thought out and necessary according to the plan? Depending on where you are on your journey, you're gonna answer that question with a fat no. A lot of things we do are not according to the plan, right? It depends on where you are in your journey and how matured you are as a trader and advanced, and in terms of not only years but actually lessons learned and growth that you have experienced. Because sticking to the plan, taking it seriously, that's what I hear you say. Taking it seriously is sticking to the plan. Adhere to the plan as if your life depended on it, right? Taking
Yeah.
it that seriously is gonna catapult your results and close the gap between what your strategy tells you that you're backtesting, what
Hmm.
you can get, what kind of results you can get, and the actual results you will be getting in the market. I think those are gold words you just spoken right there, Samir.
Thank you
Um,
so much.
let's see. Another a couple few things. Um, in time, in the future, we will get to know all the intricacies of your strategies and the
Hmm.
management you do, like trade management, and perhaps also more about your risk management, or how you handle yourself, your emotions, losses, things like that. But
Hmm.
just for the viewers, and actually for myself as well, what is that um, I have many questions. I have a hard time deciding
Yeah,
which
yeah.
one to ask.
You can ask
What,
anything.
the one you said something quite interesting. You said you only trade one account per day, and because you're taking only one trade, you only use one account, and the other ones so basically you don't copy, don't use a
Hmm.
copier to do that.
No.
um, does it depend whether or not you win or lose, or are you constantly switching between accounts no matter if you win or lose?
I don't really switch on the account because my approach from the day one when I passed my first account, I remember it was in 2022 or maybe 21. I don't really. It was February, of course. I remember the month. My approach from the day one, it has been just to make a decent percent. I'm not shooting for 5%, 10%. My approach from the day one, it has been if I make 2%, I just stop trading and I just want my withdraw. That's it.
Say
So
say that say that again. If you Would you say that
if
sentence again?
if I made 1 to 2% of my account, I will not trade anymore. I want that withdraw first. From the day one, it has been my approach. Once I receive the live account, of course, I have blown countless accounts, 100 plus accounts. But if I talk about the live account, I have always treated it the same way. If I make 1 to 2%, I just stop. That is the one way of me handling the live account. From the day one, it has been the same approach. Still on my funded accounts, I think I'm up 2% on one account. I'm up 1.2% on one, 1.5% on one. I just want my withdraw first. I will not rate that anymore. Okay. So this is my, from the day one, it has been my approach. If, and of course, as you mentioned, like, do I trade it simultaneously? I think sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Okay, if I get a very good setup and my two accounts are in drawdown, and if I get the kind of confidence, okay, this might be a very good setup, I like that FVG, I've seen that in past, so I might can take 1% risk on two accounts. Okay, it really depends upon the feeling that you are getting, the confidence that you are getting at that particular time, in that particular time. So I think it really, the trading thing, I think it is really go with the flow, whatever you're feeling, and how confident you are. If you are fearful, you just don't trade, whatever. I think with experience you guys will get to know about what I'm talking about. Okay, my words right now might be like boring to you, I don't know, but with experience you will know like what I'm talking about. I think it's a gut feeling, it's the inner voice that you get. Okay, this might be a good setup, let's just enter on two accounts. Still, you should always have a cushion on your side. If you have three accounts, still I will suggest you not to trade all of them at once. Okay, if that particular account is at a break even, then don't risk that particular account for the sake of one very good setup. Again, I will come to my same point only. Slow is the fastest way in this. Yeah, you can make profit, you can trade three of them, you can make if you have 300k 100k, whatever it is, you can make
Hmm.
good percent if you win. But if you lose, you will lose on every account, and you have to treat this like a business. In business, you cannot rely on one deal only. You should you should have multiple clients, you cannot rely on one client. So it's a life lesson, guys. I don't know how you see this trading thing. You want to make a lot of money in that, yeah, you can make that, of course. So but you should structure this thing in a very wise way. If you are just letting it go, okay, whatever it is, let's just enter, what is going to happen? It's a loss only. In long run, I think it might can give you very serious losses. This mindset is not really going to work for long. Again, you will face the same thing that I was facing. You made a very good profit, you are here very happy of the day, like you are smashing everything, you are doing a very good workout. If you're a workout guy, of course. And if you hit a loss, then all of the account is in loss. Do you want that life? I asked this question back in the days. I don't want that life. I don't want to feel like that, man. I don't want that. Why? I have been very, my mental peace has been in a very bad place in past. I don't want to live that way anymore. So so to just manage that thing, I found this way works good for me. If you guys can handle that, yeah, you can go with that, it's okay. But me personally, I think my personality, I want something secured in my life. And at the same time, I want to go riskier also, but I have to manage the thing properly. If I don't manage it properly, I know myself, I will go very, I will go down like really bad. So yeah, if you're a risky person, yeah, yeah, you can go with that. But I think what's the need of that? Slow is the, you can make small gains, you can get more funding, a very consistent thing you can do, and it is still going to give you the same results only. So if you want mental peace, I think this is the right way, whatever I'm saying to you.
Yes, Samir. Basically, what you're telling us. Thank you for sharing your experience with the audience. You mentioned something. You said at the beginning that once you have 1 or 2% on one account, you do not trade that account again until you
Yeah.
withdraw that profit.
Hmm.
Basically, that would be after just a few trades, right? Because since you're 1 to 2, if your first trade is profitable, you already are
Yeah,
2% if you're risking one. That means that you only take one trade if it's profitable. You stop it, you
I
freeze it,
stopped for 2 weeks. Yeah,
you
I
wait
stopped
it
for two
for.
weeks Hmm.
Perfect. I like that. I like that. Very conservative, but I really, really like that because that is managing your risk. You know what happens when you don't follow this plan to
Yeah,
you
it's really bad
personally.
for me. I blew
And
the accounts. Yeah.
exactly. And we get greedy, right? Because we start thinking, okay, I can do another 2%,
Hmm.
and so on. And that, is you know from experience, so you know what you're talking about, and you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Hmm.
And the other thing you mentioned is that you recognized what the emotional roller coaster trading can be when you don't have things figured out in terms of risk, in terms of your fluctuations that you have. And
Hmm.
I like how you very maturely say, I don't want that, and I'm going to do something different in order to avoid that roller coaster. And I think that's amazing. I think that's great, because how many of you watching this have been on a emotional roller coaster, either in the past or currently? How many of you, if you could raise your hand, please do so. Um,
Yeah.
but I think that many of people watching us will be raising their hands, because the even mentally, if not physically.
Yeah.
Because it is, if that is what usually happens when you don't have your risk figured out, when you don't have adequate rules to stay to keep you safe, like one a day, stop trading it until payout. And even though this is something very personal, not everyone has to have this exact rule. It doesn't matter. It is a rule that helps you, and everyone needs to find their own rule that fits them, their style. And it may be a little bit different, as you said, but it's going to be, in any case, the whole idea is that it needs to keep you safe. And that's what we tend to forget. We tend to want to gain the money, get the profit.
Yeah.
We tend to forget about, what are the risks involved, what is the cost involved for me, trading every day or multiple times a day, and having a certain specific risk, either that be one or two, whatever it is. Great stuff, Samir. I'm sure many in the chat are happy as well for everything that you're sharing just now.
Hmm.
um, Samir, one other question. I'm brimful of questions here, but I'm trying to just choose a couple of before we continue to the charts, because I think,
Okay.
for how long do we have you with us today?
I think for 2 hours, for 1.5 hours, I'm here. 2 hours. Yeah, that's
Okay,
fine.
all right, okay, perfect. So Samir, the um, do you mentioned something about trailing, right? So do you have would you describe your management of the trade once it's open to be passive or active? Do you just to one extreme, you have someone who just opens the trade, puts stop loss and take profit in place, and walks away basically. And you have, and the other extreme, someone who will be watching every 1 minute candle, and change things, and decides whether they want to close it or not on
Mhm.
basically every minute. Where do you stand in that spectrum? Are you a more active or more passive kind of a trade manager?
Back in the days, I was really active. I was glued to the charts. But now I'm passive. If I just take the trade, set my stop loss. Sometimes I don't even, put the TP if the range is really good. So hoping on the momentum. But now I'm really passive. I don't really see the charts. If I just open the trade, just put my stop loss. Yeah, that's it. I don't really care nowadays. I've lost so much. My emotions are really gone now, to be honest.
Awesome.
So I think at the point of time, I've lost really 100 plus accounts. I think 200 plus accounts in funded accounts. So I think at that point of time, you're like, okay, it's a loss. It's okay, you know. So yeah, maybe for you guys, I don't know what is your cap, but I think even if I lost the account here and there, I don't really feel bad nowadays. I'm like, okay, so what? I have made money. It's okay. I know.
Perfect.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, no, what you're saying, what I'm hearing is, you have basically desensitized yourself to the losses. That's one thing you just mentioned. I think that's important, right? You're detaching yourself from the P&L, basically, right?
Mhm.
Whether you win, whether you lose, whether you keep the account or even lose the account, right? You're detached. We all know it's important. It's gonna matter in the end to you as well, even if you're detached. But having a detached, uh, uh, you know, being emotionally detached to the P&L allows you to make good decisions and to not, do errors and fall into the traps that
Mhm.
our minds place on us. So that's amazing, what you just mentioned. And the other thing is that, um, you mentioned something about taking it slowly. I think you mentioned that a bit before.
Yeah.
And I think you said something on the lines of, taking it slow is the fastest way, right?
Definitely.
You mentioned. I think you mentioned that, and that's so relatable. I see that as well. For example, in my risk management, I risk very little, but I know
Yeah.
that is what, is the fastest way for me to keep,
Yeah.
have profit. It doesn't make sense because I'm risking less than otherwise. But if I risk more, I tend to, not, have other issues or struggle more than if I were to just risk less. I'll have less stress and trade,
Hmm.
much better. And one last thing, you mentioned that I really, really love, Samir, is,
Hmm.
listen up, guys. For those watching, I've been talking about this for a very long time. We discuss risk management all the time, also on our workshops, in the Discord community. And I'm a big proponent of, set and forget, right? Which is not as exciting, right? People
Yeah.
might think, a trader needs to be hands on, needs to be reading and, reading the market and reacting on every little move and tick that the market does.
Hmm.
But in reality, I have found that to be, exhausting, not better, costing too much time,
Yeah.
emotionally draining, and
Hmm.
it doesn't make sense because, it's so much efficient, set and forget. And what you just described is basically that you're putting your position in, you're setting it, and you just let it run, do its thing, and hit your
Yeah.
TP. And you as well, find this to be, the best that worked for you. So I really, really like that. I think that's something people can take away for sure and
Yeah.
try it out on their side with their, management, methods.
And literally, there are people having millions, so if you are a good trader, I don't think so getting capital nowadays is a big deal. Of course there is a prof firm, but if you want to move to real capital also, then there are
Mhm.
literally a lot of guys, having millions. All you have to do is just follow your plan. That's it. Money will come to you.
Exactly, exactly. That is, exactly right. Um, that is absolutely right. It's insane when you think about it. You don't have to have a lot of money to manage. Once you know what to do, once you have a strategy, once you have your risk management, once you have these rules, for example, for you, these specific rules that you follow that keep you safe and profitable.
Hmm.
Once you have all these things figured out, no, it takes very little money
Yeah.
to earn some really good. It doesn't matter where you're based at.
Definitely.
It can be, and that's not even the limit. We're only scratching the limit here, and when we're talking about, the possibilities, I haven't mentioned all the possibilities yet. Awesome, Samir. Samir, let's, hit to the charts if that's okay with you.
Yeah.
Perhaps we can, watch, something. Have you been trading today? I mean, have you had a trade today?
I am just marking my, levels here. I haven't really traded yesterday and day before that. I have taken a
Okay.
trade on Friday. It was a win actually. On Thursday it was a loss. But I didn't get a trade on Monday and Tuesday. Maybe today's the day I think I will get a trade. As I'm seeing the range, it is really good on NAS 100 actually.
Okay.
So I'm waiting for NYSE open. So once it opens and we get a liquidated move, then I will plan for my entry. But yeah, yesterday it was not really a best price action, and day before that also was not really good. As I have made my money on my three accounts, I have one more account actually. So for that, I have to find a good position. I'm not really touching those three accounts, but let's see if we get a trade here. I think maybe we can get a buy here on NAS 100 if you open your chart.
Yes, I'm going to switch to your scene, and if it's going to be if everything is working perfectly, let's see. I think we have to. Nope, that's not the that's not the one. Maybe let's see if I can. All right, I'm going to switch to my screen back while we figure out how to put your screen on um,
Share
the
once again.
stream. Um, yeah, I think that's. I'll ask in the background to see if we can get that fixed while we. Um,
Yeah, yeah, I'm sharing my screen. I don't know why it is not getting there.
yes, I understand that. No problem.
In the
All
meanwhile,
right.
if you have any question, guys, you can shoot it in the comments. Let's see what you're thinking. We are gonna answer your questions.
Thank you for that. Um, Perfect. All right, so let's continue. Maybe I can show you in the meantime the audience on my screen what you're talking about
Yeah,
because
yeah.
we really want to watch and know what you're looking at. What time frame should we show for to explain what you're looking at?
I think this 1 hour is also good. You can mark the recent range right now. Only the recent. You can zoom in. It's okay. You can zoom in. I don't really use the previous data. It has
Okay,
been 2 3 years. I'm just focused on the recent price action,
you
not this
mean
one.
okay?
I
Uh,
will
you mean
this
from this
low.
low?
Yeah, yeah,
Yes.
this low, and the top one from the bearish move. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, basically that. Okay, perfect.
This is my range for today. I think we might can liquidity low, and because this low is really close to the NYSE open, so if we liquidate this low, and then
Okay,
I will look for my entry. Maybe it can be on the Fibonacci, on the 70% retracement, and of
okay. So
course, if it align with the Fibonacci, the FVG, that is really good.
okay, so you're looking for 70% of the fib on. Let's mark that 70. You said.
I don't really. First of all, I will wait for liquidity move. Until then, I'm not really marking my fib.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
and but what are you looking for? Where would you be looking for what kind of retracement
Either
when it
one of
comes
this,
back? Let's say it.
one of this
Okay,
lower high should get breached in the NYSE. Once
okay,
it is breached, then I will go to the lower time frame, maybe 5 minute, 15 minute. Okay. Then I
okay,
want the. Oh, okay, it's my screen now. I can show you. I will show you a couple of setups. Okay.
okay, perfect.
Once this is breached, then I will go to the smaller time frame. Let's say the 5 minute. Then I will just wait for this to shift. Then I will take my entry somewhere like this. Some this I can draw my Fibonacci from here maybe. Sometimes even the Fibonacci is not there, the FVG is good. I think still I will take the trade. I want the fair value gap to be of a decent size. Okay, let me share you a trade example I took. I think on the Friday I took that. Okay. Yeah, I have marked this low during on Friday. We liquidated this
Hmm.
low, and then we have a small fair value gap. Then, of course, it has to happen after the NYSE. If any of the lower highs breached before that, it is not really the high probability setup. So it has breached during the NYSE open only. So this is the NYSE open. From here it started. After this, it is NYSE, New York Stock Exchange timing. So once it is
Mhm.
gone, then of course I will look for entry somewhere around here on the FVG. My stop loss can be here, and I target 1 to 2. That's it.
Uh, okay. I see. I'm the only one here in the. Let me figure that out. While you're, um, okay, so that is your entry. While you, I see
I
that
have,
we are.
I have to get a little closer like this now.
Let's see. I think we. Yeah. In the meantime, I will. Yes, that's my scene. Um, we have some of our team working on the layouts and the screens that we're sharing. So please be patient. It'll be done in a short while. In the meantime, you show us some nice. Let me go back to your scene because actually I want to see the. Um,
I think
let's see if I can do that.
I'm sharing my screen now.
Hmm.
See it if you can switch it.
I'm going to do that. Let's see if I can.
Share screen.
Yeah, could you share it again because I think it's not visible.
Yeah, it's done
There.
from
All
this
right.
side. I've clicked
Okay.
the. Okay, so
I'm
this is
going
what I'm,
to yes.
something like this. Something like this I'm looking for. I think every strategy really works good on indices. You can backtest it. This forex is really choppy. I was having 50% win rate. I'm not saying I haven't succeeded in that. I have made decent money in that also. Even this my, I think this is my 8,000 payout. If you guys can see, I have just marked it here. This is done by Euro USD only. I think Euro USD. Yeah, I have done good in forex also, but I find out like this NAS 100, it really moves really good. You know, you can use any strategy here. You guys should back test it. If you guys are already having this strategy and you are doing good, you don't have to do what I say. You can just continue your thing. But if you're figuring out your strategy or the trading plan, just see this pair once. Okay, you will know what I'm talking about. And after the NYSE only, because it really gives good moves after that. And this is something like this. Let's see, we have 45 minutes left for the NYSE open. I'm not
Hmm.
going to look at charts until then. uh, we have a stream going on, so I came here. I see my charts from phone only actually nowadays. I'm not really
Hmm.
a PC guy now. I've I just see my mark my highs and lows on the phone. If it is breached, and then I mark my FEG. If it taps there, I take the trade. That's it. And yesterday there was no trade. Day before that there was no trade. And patience is also the key. It takes time to build that. You will blow accounts here and there. Then you will learn. You know from
Yes, I like that how you have made your basically your workflow quite if more efficiently because you have you're working with alerts. A lot of us are, and you know
Mhm.
exactly where, when, and where you want to participate in the market. If it doesn't take out the range, is that the only range that you trade, the high and the low
Yeah, yeah.
of the that's the only range you're looking
That's the
at.
only range I'm looking for. And if I talk about my past strategies also, I was trading supply demand actually. It was also based on the recent ranges also. Look at this. I would have, marked this range out. There was a demand area. I can see my strategy playing out here also. I will use my Fibonacci. I will use these pullback areas. Okay.
Hmm.
I have explained this strategy on the stream and on my interview also. This strategy works really 50% of the time. You have to train your mind, just correct your risk management, this strategy gonna give you result. Okay, if you risk more on bad setup, if you risk less on good setup, then also it is not gonna work out for you. Keep your risk, define your risk, and just pick the strategy, any strategy.
Nice,
Uh,
nice, Amir. And you're waiting for Nas. Have you been? Is there? In the meantime, what do you do while you're waiting for your setup or your signal to come to signal?
Actually, I was giving a lecture in a university. They invited me, so I was really busy. It was in a different city, so and I also made my profit as I mentioned on my three of accounts. Now I'm really free. I don't have to do anything. You have to. I'm fine with that actually. I of course I want more in life. It doesn't mean that I'm satisfied with this 2%, 3%, whatever I'm making. I want more from life, but I don't want to do it with that 100K account. What it can give me? It cannot give me 100K, cannot give me 500K that I want in life, maybe 3, 4, 5 million. I have to find some other way to get it. Okay, I'm not talking about the end goal right now, but in a meanwhile, short term goal, this account can give me some consistent money which I can use to support me, my family, these type of things. I don't think so. The end goal for you guys also should be just get the 100K account, just make 10%. I don't think so. It works like that, don't revolve your life around this trading thing. I think it is gonna destroy you more that way actually, because I've seen it. So that's why I'm just giving you an advice. and
Saying, go ahead.
and as you mentioned, what I do in the meantime, I really don't do anything. I'm really free guy from 2021, 2022 actually. I shifted to full-time trading. Of course those days was really bad here and there. I still was profitable. Like I was making very less money here and there to support me, but my mental side was not really the best. Now I like this life, this freedom life. I don't do anything, just go to the gym. I like this. I don't do anything, to be honest. I've started a business actually, but it didn't work out well. So yeah, it takes time actually. I think all of you guys life revolves around this trading thing only, but once you change that, you will see the results.
Yes, taking it easy and saying it like you think. That's very good of you, Samir. We have your screen. So basically, you have you're doing your trading day is quite minimalistic basically, right?
Yeah.
You're only watching one pair. You're trading one time a day
And
and not
best,
even
yeah.
every day, and only one account at a time, not all of them.
Hmm.
And you're only waiting for one setup to come along, and
Exactly.
uh, and that's it. And you also trade set and forget basically. So a
Definitely.
very very low low requirements in terms of time, and that gives you a lot of freedom for your other things that you're interested in your life. That's amazing. Samir, how did you um do you journal?
I don't journal, but I was thinking, Anna, back in the days, few months ago, in India, as I'm from India, so we have a stock market open hours. It opens around 9:30 and it
Mhm.
closed at 3:30. Okay, so I was thinking people should be more profitable there because they have less time window to trade. So if they hit 2 3 losses, and then of course there are certain factors also, I'm not talking about that right now. If you try to focus on what I'm saying, my thing is we have less time window to trade. I just talk to myself, there should be more successful people. But why? Because we have less time, and then we just need to take one or two trades, good trades, because the forex, it opens 24 hours. You see many setups. Okay, so I was talking to myself and I was like, maybe there must be more profitable guys in stock market, as they have limited time to trade and to make decisions. They should make only one or two decisions in that particular time window,
Mhm.
but that is not really the case. Still they lose, they lose money, still 99% people, 98% people lost money. So I was talking to myself and I was saying, what if I restrict myself in a particular time period only, and let's see how the results are gonna be. I think that NYSC thing really came to my mind, and it really is gonna give you good results. Okay, if you restrict your time window in that, you can choose your time, if you restrict
Mhm.
yourself, your chart time in that particular time window only, your results are gonna get really good, because you have to take few decisions only in that particular time window. That's it. You have to take one or two decision in that particular time window. That's it. Your success is guaranteed. I can give you in a written, in a written form. If you have to take one or two decisions in that particular time window, that's it. You are done. Your success is guaranteed. That's it. You can take a random trade. You can take, I don't know, you can use pattern breakouts, whatever you want to use. Just one time window. Yeah, just that really, I was thinking about that, in a really deep manner back in the days, few months ago. And now if I see, I think I found this 7 in my time zone. 7 p.m. is the time when NYSE open. I have to
Mhm.
take only one decision. That's it. If I take a wrong decision, that's it. I'm gonna end the day. And now, as it's 7 p.m., and then after a few time, it's gonna be night, and then I have to sleep. Also, I have to make less decisions, and the chances of me messing up is less. If I mess up, one time, maybe it's a loss. Then it's okay. That's it.
But basically, from what I understand from what you're saying, is that by limiting yourself and the number of decisions you
Mhm.
have to take during the day, by
Exactly.
limiting the trading window that you allow yourself to trade, you're maximizing your chances of being,
Exactly.
successful,
It's
because
a
you
very
have less.
small thing, actually. It's a very small thing, but it is really a deep thing if you think about it. Just one decision in that particular time window. That's it.
I understand. I understand. You're basically protecting yourself from yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Awesome, awesome, Samir. All right, that's for those who have questions for Samir. This is your moment. The
I'm
chat
seeing
is
you.
open. You can ask everything and everything you're interested in to learn from Samir. Samir is very generous with his experience, with his strategy, with his life insights. So go ahead. The chat is all yours. You can go ahead. I think we have already a couple of questions coming in. One from Mohammed or Mohammed. It says, "What is the time window, Samir?" I think it is the
Mhm.
time frame. Is it?
Uh, you're asking for time frame.
I'm not sure. Time window. If that's
Why is this?
oh, the time window. That's the yeah. Okay, so that's the what is the time window you are training? Is that correct? Is that from 9:30 a.m. to 4
It's
p.m.?
the Eastern, I think, New York Stock Exchange timing.
Oh,
In
okay.
my
So
time zone, it's 7 p.m. actually.
I
But
see.
if you talk about NYSE open in their city, so it's 9:30 a.m. NYSE opening time, whatever it is. And if you talk
Wait,
about time frame, I mark my ranges on the 1 hour, sometimes the daily high low, you know,
I
I mark.
understand. So you're trading the whole New York session basically.
Yeah, after the New York session, I watch my charts. Once my low is gone, lower high is gone, then I just see my charts on the phone. I can be outside also. I know most of the people talk about this. You should not see the charts when you are outside. You should not be glued to the charts. But that's how I have revolved my life, or maybe I find this easy. So there is no right or wrong way to do the things, but your risk management, the strategies really should be on point. But yeah, I just wait for this higher low to be gone, and yeah, then I just wait for price to just get in this range in some kind of way. Some kind of FEG should be there. If there is no FEG, prices dying here like this, I will not see the charts. Okay,
I see.
should be a little bit FEG, then I see on the phone, okay, it sounds really interesting, let's just see. I can sit somewhere in the car, or maybe I don't know, then I just wait for the FEG. I just take the entry. Yeah, that's it. If that is interesting, then I see the charts. Okay, if I'm not if it is looking choppy or whatever it is, I don't see the charts. This habit also takes time, guys. You can't really build this in one day. It took me time. I think it took me 2 3 months. Of course, and prior experience is also there, but yeah, I can see what would be your setup if you were to trade stock market. I think everything works, to be honest. um, you can trade patterns also, to be honest. It really works. You can use Fibonacci, you can use break and retest, you can use RSI. There are multiple strategies, just pick one. Okay, everything works. Even if you just flip a coin, I think that thing is also going to work, to be honest.
Do you think that you could
Yeah, I don't know. I believe that. I just posted a YouTube video back in the days. I think a year ago. I was using coin flip on a back testing software. It really made me 8%. Yeah,
yes, maybe in another time we can discuss that
yeah,
idea further, because I think it would be a fascinating conversation.
yeah, yeah.
um, we have some more questions here. I think I saw one. How do you find the range? What are the rules for your range? How is there very fixed a rule for that?
Mhm.
Is that just the high and low of the previous session? Is it, the previous day? What is it? How do you define, how do you get to know exactly which range you're going to be trading?
From where there is a very good impulse, that is a good range to me. This is a very good impulse. From here also, it is a very good impulse. So this is a good range to me. Sometimes daily highs and lows also map, also, in the same manner from where the push has started. So the daily high and lows also can be used in that particular scenario. So I have two scenarios I just gave you: daily highs and lows, and the range from where the push has started. So this is the push has started from the impulse. So then this can be my range. Only two ranges: daily highs and lows, and that, from where the push has started. So that's it.
Basically, you have choices. So how do you decide which of the two would you take?
I Most of the times, if daily highs and low align with this thing, then that is the highest probability setup, which potentially can form in the during the NYSC. Let me give you an example. Actually, I will mark the session break, so it will give me the daily highs and lows. Okay, this was the daily high, right? Previous day high. This happened in the morning in the Asian session, so we cannot take this as it is not in my time window. Okay, the
Okay.
NYSC started around this time window. So now I can shift my higher low here. So once it is gone, let's see on the 1 minute actually what was going on. Now there are multiple entry criterias. You can use, again I mentioned, you can use RSI, you can use you can use multiple strategies to enter. As you can see, there was a very good inverted fair value gap type of thing here. Once we braked, we pulled back. You can take entry somewhere around here or here, and I think 1 to 2 was done. Even if you enter somewhere around here, let's take a here. Yeah, 1 to 2 was done. The beauty of this strategy is, if the higher low is gone, it is going to give you a little bit of push, so that you can, take your 1 to 2. I've seen multiple times. So that's why NAS 100 is good. So if it liquidates some good area, it is going to give you 1 to 2 most of the time. So that's why I mentioned in the starting, I don't go beyond this 1 to 2 mark. If the price is trendy, like to the uptrend, then yeah, sometimes you leave your TP open. If you're already in good profit, you can move your stops to break even. Then yeah, that is a different approach actually. So this is the thing that I would have done. Once the higher low is gone after the NYSC, there is a very good fair value gap. And yeah, this was an inverted fair value gap, to be honest. This entry style, even if you want to use the Fibonacci, you can use it like this. It is also near your 70% only. So yeah.
We have a couple of questions in the chat. We have one coming in asking about volume profile. Do you use that in your
Mhm.
strategy, Samir? Let's see if I can put that on the chart. Where is that? I'm having some. There we go. That's the one. Wail asking about that. Is that a thing? Do you use
Do
that?
you use a volume profile? No, to be honest, I don't really use any indicator. I use session break sometimes just to see what daily price action, the last day price action did, or what highs or lows it has printed. So last day this was the high. Sorry, this is the high. It is also mapping with the push, from where the push has started. So this is really very good liquidity points right here in this NYSE session. I think today I am gonna get a trade. Let's see if we can find a trade here live on the stream. Let's see. But sometimes it happens later in the New York Stock Exchange timings after the lunch break. In my time zone, it is after 10:30 p.m. night.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes setups also form there. I can take that, but my time window is after the NYSE only. I trade after the NYSE. I've tried to enter these higher low breaks or liquidity type of setups in Asian session. It really doesn't give you the best win rate. Of course, sometimes it plays out, but doesn't really give you the best win rate. So I found this thing happening on the NYSE. It really gives you good win rate.
Basically, you're trading the sweep of a significant high and low,
Yeah, exactly.
and you're going for 1 to 2.
Yeah,
And many would say that is quite simple, and I
yes,
like that.
yeah,
That simple is good.
yeah, yeah. It is very simple, very easy to use. Even my supply demand with Fibonacci, that strategy also I use sometimes on my other account. Of course, I don't mix strategy in one portfolio. So yeah, if I share that strategy also, I've told you that actually
Hmm.
this from where the push has started. My big, some everyone has a different kind of eye. What do I mean by
Hmm.
that? They see the charts little bit differently. So I
Hmm.
see this impulse pushes, this type of price action. My eyes catches that. So it can be different for everyone. So if I see this type of push, I know this has played in the past, so I can draw my Fibonacci from here. I can find my supply demand from here, and I can see if that is aligning with my Fibonacci. So that is how I think I have made most amount of the money. Just seeing, just training my eyes to see impulses, where the impulses is happening. Look at this. This impulse was to the downside, and then we get a pullback, and then we get a continuation. So continuation is the, look at this impulse, we got a correction, and then a push. I think this thing can give you 50% of the win rate with 1 to 2. You can use that in your favor if you want to use this type of analysis in your trading. You can use that because it really gives you good results. 50% of the time it really plays. I've trained my eyes to just see the impulses. Yeah, this was a losing scenario. As we can see here, we got an impulse to the downside. I would have taken sell somewhere around here, or maybe not here actually. From here it really got up. It was a losing scenario. Okay, I don't trade these type of impulses just for the you know because it is abnormal to me. I used to teach my friends this trading thing. So I used to call this abnormal push. So it should be with the volume that pushes really plays well. Even in NAS 100, I will see a volume push, then I will see a pulling back in the range. Then it is a good thing, both happening with a good volume, good momentum. Okay.
Understood, understood, Samir. Thank you for being so open about your strategy. Another question: how often do you get these signals, these sweeps that you trade? How often? What is your basically the question is what is the your trade frequency during the week?
uh, I will tell you a month actually, because
Okay.
sometimes this week I haven't really traded. Monday, Tuesday was not trading, non-trading day, or no trade day for me. So let's see what these 3 days can give me. If you talk about the months, I think very good high quality setups I can get 10 to 12 high quality setups in a month if I talk about this NAS 100 liquidity strategy. And if you talk about this thing also, I think the same frequency is there: 10 to 12 high quality impulse pushes and then pullback happening with correction, not that much volume. Both of the strategy give you 10 to 12 high quality setups. Yeah, that's it. I think you should train your eyes to see the high quality setups only. If you're taking every setup, then also is a barrier in your trading career. If you are considering every setup a good setup, then it is not really a good approach, to be honest. If you talk about, if you're talking to yourself, okay, I've seen this type of setup, you should tweak your system little bit here and there. After you have your data, let me see how I can improve the win rate. Of course, you are not going to get 100% win rate. You should tweak little bit things here and there, add or subtract few things from your own system, so that you can identify high quality setups. So yeah, that is again kind of a whole learning curve, a whole journey. So you should be mindful about these things. You should think about these things when you're alone, how you can become a better trader. So these are the small talks that I used to do with myself. Now also sometimes I used to, I talk to myself how I can do that, a self talk basically. And I was not getting the word. Self talk you should do sometimes.
I understand, and I think you were explaining something very I can relate to a lot, and I can recommend, and I do recommend that to everyone, which is analyzing your data,
Yeah.
well executed data, and trying to
Mhm.
find the common denominator of the winners, the common
Yeah,
denominator of the losers, right? What is
exactly.
and trying to see how you can increase
Mhm.
either the setup or other rules that make you have more readers. It sounds very logical, but it's very powerful when you're objectively going to your data and to look
Mhm.
for, okay, how can I avoid these losers, right? And
Mhm.
before you have to do it correctly, though. You have to check, where does it eliminate only losers, or does it also eliminate winners? Because if it does, what's the net result of me subtracting or
Exactly.
adding or modifying any rule?
Mhm.
Because it might also be taking away just as many winners. And if you have a positive risk reward ratio, that means that you're actually taking away
Mhm.
profitability, which does not make sense. Awesome. Let's take a look. I will uh, start. I'll switch to my
Yeah,
screen,
yeah.
Samir, and
Mhm.
let's see let's
Yeah.
take a look at the market to see
Mhm.
what the market has been doing while we were joyfully chatting here with you,
Yeah.
Samir. So we have EU on the. I'm gonna
Looking
do it
really
very quickly on the lower time frames. Right, we're coming into a weekly. That's the monthly time frame. We had a entry order block on the reversal, or actually on a reversal on the entry order block on the monthly quasi. The monthly quasi is all the way. This is the head, the left shoulder, the neckline, and that big candle we had on the monthly last month is the reaction from this order block. Right, very logical, very technical, very simple. Once you know that these things can happen, when they happen, they're no longer a surprise. On the weekly time frame, we have a order block that has been retested and successfully pushed away. It went and bounced from an opposing weekly order block on the same time frame, obviously, which was also fresh, and we can see how that reacts. That reaction is pushing price much lower, meaning the reaction of this weekly order block below us. And as we are pushing forward, we are getting into the newly formed, fresh order block on the weekly time frame that we are just now getting into. This is interesting because we have the market structure being bullish. You would expect price to continue, but if that were to be true, then it means that it will take out this weekly structure at some point in the future. And but it is fresh, and so you also expect some kind of a reaction from it. And the trick is to find which of the two is going to be true. Maybe both of them is going to be true. Maybe it will have a reaction and eventually break it. But that's the trick in trading, right? To understand what is more likely to happen and when, if possible. Like, is this what sequence is more likely to occur before the other? So we are getting into a weekly order block, a bearish one, a demand zone, and on the daily time frame, we have a quasi right here, which is for those who are unfamiliar with a quasi. This is the left shoulder, the head, the neckline, and that's the established uptrend. It breaks the neckline, telling us, it breaks the structure, telling us that something is, something has broken, at least in this time frame, and then comes back, right? That's the typical move of a quasi, right? It breaks the neckline and comes back, sometimes very quickly, not always. But when it comes back, we're looking for structures. We're looking for structures and for it to actually reverse that. And we have one currently, which is this daily structure. We are not very close to it, and it might not be something for today, but that could be perhaps from in this week for sure. That is certainly within the realm of possibilities. And the thing that is very attractive about the daily structure here that I'm indicating is that it is within that weekly structure, meaning you have alignment from the weekly to the daily. That makes that structure even more powerful if it were to be a structure where price is reacting from, right? So, but we don't have anything currently. There is a order block below us, which is still fresh. It doesn't look like price is at all interested in getting there, and that would be a area where I would be looking for a long when price gets there, when if it does that within a certain number of bars. And let's look at the H4. So we're getting closer to day trading time frames. So we had a push on Friday, right? NFP, we had that push, and price very firmly capped this range that was after the impulse, and that was we talked about it. That is a positive sign, right? Price did not react, did not retrace too much after that impulse. It capped here at this level, and eventually you could see that price was the buyers were getting in as we were getting into that order block, push price again, but still within the range, and it did the same thing again, right? The same thing you can see here. Let me see if I can show you guys maybe on this time frame. Yes, this is the same pattern. This is the fractal nature of the market that we talk about all the time, right? You have one impulsive move and a range, right? The consolidation range, and price does that again. If you go to the lower time frames, what does it do? It has an impulsive move, right? Just looking at this move, impulsive move, it ranges, it consolidates, and then has the continuation. Very beautiful, very technical, easy to spot. It did come into an order block, and it did not react. See that there were no order block on the H4 or even on the lower time frames being created and reacted upon for us to have alignment to take this short. When you use when your structures or when your patterns and your the concepts you use are well aligned with price action, but we'll see that they will not signal when it's when price is likely to go in one direction. Not always, obviously, but that's why I see that all the time where the order block do not indicate, do not have alignment, and what happens? It fails, meaning the order block does not have the reaction that you would expect, even though it's fresh. If it is a if it is it doesn't have alignment, that's a they go hand in hand. Having alignment it means it will have higher probability, and not having it the opposite. And obviously that's why I trade with alignment only. So basically we have a push, a next impulsive move, and this is leaving two order blocks behind on the H4, and I would be waiting if and when it comes back to come revisit this within a number of trades, number of candles, I mean, and only then I would be interested Same as Samir, I wait for my entries. I don't trade all day. It's if I were to describe myself, I'm not there with a machine gun trading, constantly at everything that moves. I
Hmm.
really wait for the market to come to these structures, have alignment, and even more alignment on the lower time frame before I can get pull the trigger and be in a trade. So that's on EU. Um, let's see in the chat if we have some more questions. How can people find you? I'm sure in the audience, a lot of people are interested in things you have explained and the successes
Yeah,
you have achieved doing these things that you just explained. How can they get more of you? Do you have how can they get in touch with you?
I have an Instagram account. It is known as Banks with Sam. I don't know if I can write it or not.
Yes, you could write it in the chat, um, uh, and
On the YouTube itself.
perfect. All right. I'm gonna be while you're doing that, Samir. I will. Someone asking here, Shai Hamu is asking if we think Eurodollar will make an all-time high. Um,
Let's see.
to answer that question, I
On the
it's
daily time frame. Yeah, yeah.
yeah. Would you like to want us to show your chart so you can analyze and see if you think they're what is more likely to happen in the coming sessions? Shall I put your screen on? Let's see. There it is. That's yours.
Okay, let's start with the monthly time frame actually. Monthly is actually trending lower to be honest. It's just making lower lows, lower highs, lower lows. So if we see, actually it is bearish on the monthly. If I just follow the structure I'm talking about, this is the high, this is the low. Just a basic principle, forex. Now we don't know. This can be the lower high to continue bearish. If you go to the weekly now, weekly weekly is really, we liquidated this, then we broke this. We still can get a pullback to go higher on the weekly. Let's see the monthly Fibonacci. If it should have rejected right from here. If it has to go down, because this 70%, it acts like a magic sometimes. If it just tap this area, it just reject really aggressively, because this is the last pullback area which a price can get. Um, so yeah, we are seeing still prices continuing to the upside. So I don't think so this Fibonacci on the monthly time frame is holding. We did get a rejection. So yeah, you definitely can see all-time high is really here. If you are expecting Euro USD to go here, I don't think so it is going to happen in next, I don't know, maybe 10 years. If any catalyst change, then yeah. But if you ask right now, this pullback is not holding on the monthly in my opinion, because I've seen if it rejects, it really rejects hard, at least to some kind of, it gives a really good move even if it has to go up. So right now we are printing higher highs on the weekly, so let's just focus on the weekly. So again, resistance turning into support, so definitely we can see price you know getting higher. I'm a big believer in trend. You can use daily, weekly, whatever your sort of, the way you analyze. I don't really use monthly for the sake of higher time frame analysis. I used it, but I think weekly and daily is a really good time frame. So we are moving higher right here. I'm not even seeing the previous chart, because just reset my chart. Whatever price show, I just see that particular legs only. So right now we are moving higher in my opinion. So I think price is gonna go higher only. I'm a big believer in current trend. So whatever the order flow is, we are going up. So I will stay with this order flow only. Okay. So I am bullish on Euro USD. I would have taken buy here if I was forced to trade this forex thing, I would have again just gone for long somewhere, finding my Fibonacci thing again. So again, we broke out of this structure. So I am waiting for a pullback to go up. So let's see. I will draw my Fibonacci like this. This is also a demand area. If we can get here in future, we can trade. But I want a little bit big impulse. Let's settle here. Then we can use this leg. Okay. Then I will. I'm for. I'm looking for buys only on this one. To answer your question, shy. Yeah, I am on the buy side. I am a
Yeah.
buyer.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I think Shai said all-time high, but I doubt Shai meant really, the actual
Yeah.
all-time high, right? And probably Shai meant if it's going to, make a new high on
Too high.
perhaps
Yeah.
on the weekly or so time frame,
Yeah.
taking out the high, the current high. I'm gonna show my chart so I can um,
Mm-hmm.
uh, uh, explain a little bit. With the chart. The all-time high obviously is all the way as Samir has explained to us, is all the way up here, right at 160 some. Probably that's not what the viewer is interested in. More if it's going to take out the recent high. And if I were to give my 2 cents on that, is if you want to see get some clarity in what is happening, what is likely to happen, zoom out to some structures, sorry, to some time frame that will be able to tell you that, right? And if you zoom out to the monthly, which is the highest time frame that I look at, what do we see? We have an impulsive move, right? Contrary to what we've had previously, where we were consolidating, right? We took out this low, a sweep of liquidity, as Samir also would call it, and it had a push, right? A quite a nice push, taking out the whole, the other side, the high as well of the breaking out of the consolidation on the other side. And if if this were to be a fake out, meaning that price would come back to that consolidation or that range that we were previously in, then what you would see is that the sellers would start taking control. And we're not seeing that, right? We had one big push, for example, on this candle, on that was on in the June candle. And even though the July candle last month was very nice for the sellers, it did not engulf, it did not negate the previous one, the June candle. To me, that's a sign of strength. Yes, it's a big red candle, but in comparison to the previous candle, the buyers are still in control, right? They held ground. They told the sellers, we're going to give up a little bit of the turf, but not everything. And here we stand and we defend the rest, right? So they held the castle, so to speak. And price, you can see in the current candle, we don't know how this will end eventually, but it switched back, right? So to me, the monthly still looks bullish, even though you can see here that I do have some structure, some areas where I expect that if there is going to be a reversal, the two likely places that I will be looking for that reversal doesn't mean it's going to happen, but if it is going to happen, then it's likely to start from these areas. But there's one big distinction, Shy, and I think this is, if I could give you one advice, is to not think into um, what do I think as a trader, right? What do we think will happen, right? Because if you frame it that way, it almost sounds like we're trying to predict, right? To predict what's going to happen, and then we decide to take the trade. But in reality, as a trader, we shouldn't be predicting. What we should be doing is reacting. And by reacting, I mean is letting the market, like letting price acting tell you what is likely to happen. Let it tell you For example, I have these structures, right? I have that possible entry short on the monthly. That doesn't mean I think it's going to go down from there when it gets there, right? I still have to have a confirmation, an extra sign that when price gets there, price action starts behaving a certain way, right? And those two things together, the area of interest plus price action when it gets there, that will tell me, okay, if the sellers are taking control after reaching this area of interest, all right, I have two things that are aligning, and my probabilities of being right, knowing that it is indeed going to have a much bigger reaction from that area, are going to be much likely to come out. In the end, you still don't know, right? It's just a probability, but by doing that, I believe you're putting yourself in the better position instead of thinking, what will price do. It would be better to think, okay, these areas are of interest, and depending on how price moves when it gets there, I will make my decision, okay, what is likely to happen in the future. So reacting instead of predicting. Awesome. I thank you for the question, Shai. I really like that. Keep them coming. And while everyone is looking for questions to ask Samir, please hit the like button. We are here for your benefit. We are here to cater to your, trading needs. If that is something that we can help with, anything, ask us in the chat, and we will give our opinions on it. They're not financial advice, but they're coming from people who are real traders like Samir, who knows we're not perfect. We haven't it's not like we have figured everything out, but there are things that we have figured out, and that's why we are profitable. That's why Samir can boast his 30 plus k payouts in the background there, and I see
Yeah, it's here only.
you place them you place them very proudly, and I think it's a good thing, right?
Exactly. It
I,
sometimes I feel down, then it just I see it, and I'm like, okay, I have done this. Losing streak. I was on a losing streak actually.
okay.
So when I see these type of things, so I'm like, okay, I have done this. It's okay. We will get out of this bad timing or whatever. We will get out, and then yeah, that's it. And
Yes,
you should also celebrate your small wins. Okay.
I I I absolutely think that, Samir, you're absolutely right that um, even when you are profitable, and even when you are consistent, I can speak of experience. It doesn't mean that everything is going to be perfect forever after, right? You're still going
Yeah.
to have the next challenge, and it's sometimes it's something you haven't figured out yet. Sometimes it does get easier in certain aspects, but it's not a a straight line up. You will have drawdown. Obviously, you will come into moments that it will get the better side of you. You will get some doubts, and celebrating is and remembering and double checking. Obviously, there are more things you can do when you're in doubt. Checking your system, monitoring, and making sure that you have followed the plan, and all of that. But if you have and you haven't done anything, you can't explain it otherwise. We just have to accept them as fluctuations in performance, and we
Yeah,
all have
exactly.
fluctuations in performance. It does not mean that your system is broken. It
Hmm.
just means that it's the expression of the randomness in the market that is being expressed in your results, right? Which always has a degree of randomness to it, because that's reality of life. All right.
Exactly.
We have someone asking about the dollar CAD. If we can take a look at that, Van Alvan. Let's take a look at pair. We And while I'm looking for to put that chart on our screen, I would like to remember everyone we have in about 1 hour and 14 minutes, we're going to have another workshop of within the Discord community, where we will be sitting together and discuss. People will be bringing their issues, or we'll be choosing a topic and talk about it. We'll have 10 hub credits for a lucky winner as well. If you're interested, come and join us, have some fun, and be able to, if you're lucky, win some credits as well in the process. Okay, so the monthly time frame, I haven't checked this chart since last time, because I clearly see we had a fresh order block being created, and we are currently retesting or almost retesting it, which is a great thing, right? How often do we have a monthly structure that is tradable? Now is the time, right? So this month, starting this month, as we get into that order block, we can start looking for a possible setup that is including that monthly that we are interested in for us. If that is were to be true, then you can hold a very small position, because this is the monthly, a very small portion of your position for a target that is relevant on this time frame, meaning the monthly. All right, so let's take a look at it on the lower time frame. So we have reached the first target. This is something we talked about before. That's why it's marked there. That is the first target. I believe that was the TP1 or maybe TP2 that we marked. On the weekly time frame, we did have a very beautiful reaction on this quasi. This is a picture perfect, almost setup. Look at that. That's the downtrend, the break of the neckline, and a coming all the way up to the high of the structure and coming back to exactly that order block. And there you go. That's the reaction that you're waiting for, or that could be one of the reaction that you could be waiting for. And price comes back and reacts very beautifully for that structure, from that structure. Then we have multiple order blocks being created. That's one. But as you can see, there are multiples of them, and you want to have the last one. The last one being the one more visible, being seen by most people, and that's the one that I would look at. So this is the demand area that was created as we were moving away from it, and it is, if and when it gets retested, I want to be long from this area. That's the weekly. In the opposite direction, we have a weekly order block which is not part of a quasi and is not fresh anymore, right? So doesn't mean necessarily it's going to break through it right away. It's still an order block. The chances that it will have some kind of reaction are still quite nice. You will have these kind of reaction, but I wouldn't be trading it anymore as such. I would just use it as target, or taking partial profit in this trade. So that's the weekly order block, which is within the monthly. That's very interesting. If we get the weekly, that means that we have actually all the way from the monthly, the weekly, and perhaps the daily as well. And let's check the daily, what we see. We do have a quasi right here. This is the neckline. I'm gonna mark it for you guys. This is the neckline right here, and the head, the break of that neckline, and we come back for the first retest on the entry order block. How beautiful! Look at this. Reacts beautifully to that order block. If you're still wondering what order block I'm talking about, it's this order block. The daily entry on the quasi. Very beautiful. These patterns, they repeat themselves over and over and over again. It's just your job to know what rules work for you. Like Samir explained to us, he has a set of rules, right? One account, one trade a day, and only one setup. I think you mentioned two setups, but basically they're the same, right? One is you're doing supply and demand, and the other one is the liquidity sweep. and once getting those rules, and you can profit from the market when you have the data and you're able to build it into a rule-based system. At least that's what I'm a firm believer of. So we have the quasi being broken or activated, the neckline being broken, comes back to that entry order block on the daily, moves away very nicely. Actually, that is it moves into the last order block of that quasi pattern, goes back into that order block, and see that reaction again, and shoots off like a rocket. And in principle, this is the first TP1, or the last. If this, since this is a daily, obviously you wouldn't be having this target as a intraday target, obviously not, because this is the daily time frame. But this would be the first target for the daily, one of the first. You could have FTAs before this, but this would be one of the most logical places to put the TP, which is at the end of the structure. And if there are more reasons to expect price to continue, then obviously it will be the high, which is based on the order block that is depicted here, and the opposing structure we have, which is the weekly order block above us. All right, so looking at, do we have something here? That's the daily, and I don't know how low you want us to look at, Van Alven. You said you see a short targeting price 37.15. Okay, so 37.15 basically there. Okay, is that it looks like 50% of the move? That's even lower than that. Okay, so that's fine. Let's see if I find the same, or if the order blocks concur with that. On the daily, there isn't any structure, right? It's just one big leg. So that's not going to help us. We do have these two areas, one on the monthly, which is the upper border of the order block, bullish one, and on the weekly, which is, I believe that's what you're looking at, which is the upper border of that weekly order block. Is that correct? That is sitting at 17. So basically, you're looking for a level a tit lower on that. I see that too. Not sure where. I would definitely expect price to have some kind of a reaction and even gravitate towards these levels, which are the upper border of the higher time frame, weekly and monthly time frames. On the H4, I see a number of order blocks, but I'm not particularly fond of any of them. To be fair, you do have a reaction right here, beautiful reaction. Look at that. But this is I could trade this, but as a scalp, or perhaps some other ways. But as a using quasis and order blocks, the typical way and the main strategy, this would not be an entry for me, because it is above the 50% retracement. It hasn't retraced enough for me to get into the trade. But you can see how beautifully it reacted to that order block. I not long ago I explained how anyone with some practice could trade and scalp. And that's exactly these reactions that we're seeing right here on the H4, which is price coming back to them and reacting. This is plenty of pips to be had, and it's not even over yet. That's 10 pips. I mean, that's more than enough to scalp for just about anyone. That's it. My analysis doesn't go any further from here. I do see. Do we have a quasi? No, we don't. I don't have any, not on the H4. In any case, we did have perhaps a reaction here. Yes, that's exactly where I would be getting in. I didn't trade this pair, but here you can see the retest. Look at that, the retest on that order block, and just the continuation down. To me, that's an easy trade, very easy trade. Don't know if it had alignment for me to get in, but that's exactly what I would be looking for. That would be at the beginning of the London session, but a bit early. But if I see it, I would definitely be interested in. I don't know what to say, Van Alvin. I This is as far as I can get. I expect a reaction from this structure, and obviously from the H4 as well. We already had that, and a reaction from the weekly. All right, all these structures, the bigger they are, the more likely and the more powerful the reaction will likely be from them. Right, not all the time. So that's what I see. If I'm in a short, I would be targeting them. Right, so I would be targeting on the first. I will be looking the hourlies, dailies, weekly, etc. For the targets, and as long as it is within the daily range, another thing that I use all the time. So awesome, great for that suggestion, Van Alven. Keep those suggestions coming up, coming for us to look at. I'm checking the someone asking about the rammer from the Philippines. I believe yesterday you mentioned you are rammer. The link to the Discord community, the five first Discord community, one of the best communities you can belong to, is within your dashboard. Right, the dashboard will be the place where you find the icon, which will lead you into the Discord community. Right. So, all right. Let's um, let's take a look at perhaps EU. If there's anything has happened in the meantime, we see prices coming back from the H4 order block or candle, I should say, that was created, a very large one. Let's check if it is above the ATR. It's 34. The ATR that is, and this one was 54. Not very uncommon for the start of London or New York to have above average candles, because that's the peak of volume that we typically have. But it is tracing back. I'm not interested unless price comes back to this order block. Samir, um, what would you tell if you were to start do it all over again? What would you not do? I mean, what are the lessons
Hmm.
that you, as a now a profitable trader, looking back, you say, I wasted time doing that. I shouldn't have done it. I didn't know better. And
Yeah.
grateful for the lessons, but what are those valuable lessons that time and experience has taught us for the benefit of our audience?
For me, my journey, I think the strategy hopping was really a big hurdle for me. So
Okay.
if I wouldn't have, I think I spent it like 3 4 years hopping the strategy only. Like, okay, this strategy is not working, let's go with that. This strategy is not working, let's go with that. That is the thing that I shouldn't have done. If I would have stick to one strategy for even first, for my first trading year only, I would have known a lot of things. I would have added few things in the second year, maybe subtracted few things in the same strategy only. I think 1 or 2 years would have been, I would have been a profitable trader. But again, I wasted a lot of time strategy hopping, trying to find the holy grail, which of course didn't don't exist. That really pulled me and really wasted a lot of my time. Okay, I know these psychology things, it will come to you with time, but your trading plan should be, should be good. So if you just stick to one strategy and learn and find your ways, in that particular strategy, add few things with time, subtract few things with time, then your journey would be really good. And risk management, of course, I mentioned I was risking 4% here and there back in the days, on the challenge to just pass it quickly. Maybe in the live account also I was doing that. That is not really the good approach. So just your risk should be decent enough. Not, you should not be risking like 0.1 or 2%. Of course, I mean, it is not going to give you decent returns. So risk should be, you know a decent risk, maybe 1%, 0.5%, not more than that, 1.5 maybe, if you're very confident. So yeah, these two things if you do, I think nobody can stop you to succeed in this. Don't strategy hop, just stick to one strategy, just find your way, learn new things with time, build your data. You will know, your eyes will be trained, what is the high quality setup, what is the bad setup. Okay, I've taken loss in this setup, let's just not execute this type of setup in future. These all the things, it comes with the in your journey. And of course the psychology part, over risking, whatever it is, maybe fear, greed, it is gonna go away with time once you spend your time trying to figure out, and build your data. That is the only way, I think.
You
That was really hard for me. Strategy hopping really wasted my 4 5 years, not 4 5, 3 4 years. So not really the best move. If you are in the same zone, you should find the thing that is resonating with you, that your eyes can see, and you know that's it.
Strategy hopping, you would say, is one of the things that costed you a lot of money, and time, I
Yeah,
mean, and probably also
time,
money. Um,
exactly.
um, so, what would be the antidote to that? Would it be to stick with one strategy always, or is there a point where you say, I can make this strategy to work, I need to switch to another one? Is there a, how do we know that, if that is a thing or not?
So in trading also, in life also, there are phases. You go through different phases. In trading also there are phases. The beginner, they will look around, okay, this strategy, he's doing this, he's making money through this. I think you should go to two three YouTubers or whatever you are following, Instagram, not more than that. Try to see what they are doing, how they are making money. Okay, and then you will come to conclusion, okay, this is the thing that I want to continue. It might can happen with two or three guys. The social media is very influencing, so you can see that. And after that, you try a few things. This is the beginner phase right now. You are trying things, you are finding out, you are getting influenced by certain things. It is okay, everybody go through this phase. And then you will come to second phase, then you will realize your eyes will be trained for certain things. I don't know how your journey started. Everybody's journey is different. For me, it was pattern correction, impulses, these type of thing. For you, it can be nowadays SMC is trending, this order blocks. Maybe your journey started with that. So maybe your eyes are trained by seeing order block, supply and demand. Okay, and then after that, you have to take a bold decision, that what you have to do. You have to sit, you have to do a self talk. Then there is a phase 3. Then you are in a different phase right now. I don't know which phase you are in. So you have to really analyze that thing. As a beginner, you will make mistakes, you will get influenced by things. But sooner you realize this thing, and sooner you do a self talk, okay, this is the thing that I want to do, the better it is. For me, it took me 3 4 years. For you, if you listen to me, then it can, you can cut your journey in half. Okay, so once you are in a different phase, right now you're in a phase 3, you are trying to figure out, you are doing a self talk. Then is the step you take a bold decision, okay, this is what I have to do, this is what my eyes are trained to see. Then you will come in a different phase. Now again, there are a lot of problems will come always, once even if you are a profitable trader. Then you have to add or subtract few things in that particular thing. Don't change the thing, don't, once you are in that phase, I think then there is a phase, nobody can stop you. You have to go through these things step by step. If you miss any of the step, if you be like me, okay, this thing is not working, let's just stop the strategy, you are just gonna be like me only. It will take you 3 4 5 years to be profitable. If you want to cut your journey in half, just go with the flow, do a self talk, take a bold decisions, take a bold decision in your life also, not in trading. And then I think you are good to go. You should know what is right and what is wrong for you. You should be bold enough to analyze that thing in a right way. If you are not there yet, I think you are not ready for trading, to be honest. I'm just being very blunt with you guys. If you can't take a bold step, okay, this is what I have to do, and you can't stick to that, then you are not ready for trading. It is going to punch you, it is going to make you ready in future, maybe in few years, then you will be ready. then you will get to know about these things, that whatever I'm telling you will, face these type of things. So I have, given you a nutshell of what is going to happen to you in your journey. Sooner you realize few things in your life, you analyze that thing, take a bold decision taker, take few steps and just stay on your words. Yeah, that is it. It is a life lesson, not in trading also. You can apply this thing anywhere.
Yeah, there's a couple of quite deep things you just mentioned there, Samir. And
I know, I
in
know
that,
these things.
go ahead.
These things are very boring. No, not a lot of people like to listen this thing. I can be like, this session could be all about, okay, look at this strategy. I made this money. This is the setup. Do this. But that's not really my style. If it sounds boring to you, yeah, it is boring only. This thing works like this only. It is not. Somebody is. I'm seeing the comment. I don't wanna react to it. Anyways, you were saying something. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
No, I was gonna say, Andy B, you saying printing the certificate is for
Yeah,
you so cringe. Right? We thank you for your opinion, and obviously
yeah,
that's what we want. We want people to engage us, tell us what they think,
exactly.
and it's fine. It's fine. There's no problem at all. The beautiful thing about trading and a lot of things in life is that there are many ways to look at things, right? It's very subjective. For
Mm.
one person, it can be a cringy thing, right? To put the spotlight on yourself, say, I want this, I had this payout, or and there for some people it's fine. It's fine if if it's cringy to you, but it can also be other things to other people. It
Yeah,
can be
exactly.
it can be motivational for some people. It
Mhm.
can be your a milestone that maybe it's not the dollar amount necessarily, but it is the fact that you achieved a milestone that has costed you thousands of hours perhaps,
Mhm.
and a lot of money and time, to in general, and perhaps even other sacrifices to reach it. And you know the printing out is you reminding yourself that you can do it, you can be profitable. And if that is what it takes for someone to keep themselves motivated, then by all means print them out, have them everywhere, because we want you to be profitable. But Andy B, thank you for your comment. I think it's wonderful that you're expressing yourself. um I was gonna say something, but I by now I'm not sure what it was.
It slipped from your mind.
No, I
And
was gonna
yeah,
say
I would
this.
like to
Go ahead.
I would like to add one thing.
Okay.
If you recite yourself certain thing every day, do a self talk, I think then the one point of time you will get there. I have done this. I was strategy hopping. So I used to do a self talk. I used to say that my strategy works almost every day, every few hours, even if I'm in a trade. So I used to, even if I take a loss, I used to do a self talk. I think it really helped me. If that thing was supposed to happen in 6 months, doing a self talk and this kind of affirmations, it happened in 2 months. These are very small things, boring things, of course. A very deep thing it is. Sooner, I think you guys are gonna realize this thing. Uh, you know, at some point of time, maybe in your journey. I'm trading from almost like 6 years. So yeah,
Yeah, I see that. I see that. What you're getting at, Samir. You say there are things you only get after you understand them. You go through them, they're very simple. I know
very
these
simple.
things
Yeah.
well. Very simple, but they're very logical. They're right there in your face,
Mhm.
and people have told you it's not they're not big revelation. They're not top
Yeah,
secret.
yeah.
They're things that you have
Very
heard
simple.
already. People talk about them
Hmm.
on social media. Maybe you know these things already. You may have written them in your journal, or
Hmm.
your notepad. I need to do these things, or I need to be this way. But it's only after you see and you experience the difference it makes, when you actually understand to a much deeper level the
Yeah.
truth of that phrase, or this habit, or this rule, that you understand that this is much more profound than just a good sounding rule. And I have many of those, and that is what I hear you're talking about truths that you learn through time, that,
Mm-hmm.
for example, strategy hopping. Haven't we all heard that? That's one
Yep.
thing you shouldn't do. You should stick to
Mhm.
one strategy. But still, there are people who, even while knowing that, are still doing it. And so these things are, um, you got to get to a deeper level of understanding them, for
Mm-hmm.
them to be applied to yourself. At least that's true for a lot of people. I really think that.
Yeah.
All right, so someone asking what indicators I use apart from sessions. I don't use any indicator in the sense of oscillators, things like that, EMAs. I do have them on my screen. I have to confess, because I've used them in the past and I like to see them, but they're not part of the strategy. So, and as you can see, I'm not using any. You did see an indicator here. And this is to indicate the sessions. Normally, I no longer look at that, but that's very useful. Other than that, I don't use anything. Well, there is one thing that I still use always, and this is part of my strategy, which is using the ATR. The ATR is it's a mathematical representation. It's a calculation basically of the range of the last couple of candles, with some modifications. That's why it's called true range and not just range. But the range you can use for many, many things, and I've talked about that a couple of times. I'm not able to explain all of them, and not even one, but you can use it as a target, in your stop loss placement. You can use it as an input to gauge the volatility of the market, but you can also take it use it as an indicator how stretched the market is within a certain period, because the ATR is time frame dependent, right? It is on the time frame that it is currently on. So currently it's 15-minute, so the ATR is of the 15-minute. So these are that's the only one that I use, indicator. But I would want to say that I use the order blocks. They indicate something to me. So in some way, they are indicators as well. Okay, so we have come to the end of our stream. Everyone watching, if you had a good time, if you learned a thing or two, please hit the like button, and support our session, support our stream. Make this stream, make it reach others, more traders, more people that could be want to elevate their trading skills, and become profitable if they're not already there. And even if they are there, the journey never, the learning process never finishes, right? It never ends. It's a lifelong um, process where you're still learning about, if it's not perhaps the strategy anymore, because that doesn't change perhaps that much with time. It might be something else. It could be about the risk management, about certain specific things, or which is one of the last lessons you learn, is how to manage yourself. And that's something that is always ever changing. We are always changing, so the way to manage us also adapts with time. So thank you all for being here. Samir, thank you for being so open about your strategy,
Thank you so
and
much.
for being here and being willing to show, show your process, your mistakes, your experience
Mm.
with us. I think that can be very, very helpful for everyone who is willing to learn from it. And with that, anything else you want to say before we end our stream?
Just take it easy, guys. Do the things that I follow. Just enjoy the process. That's it. Don't make this thing don't make this thing get into your head. Just relax. Do your things, enjoy, do your sports or whatever you are into, your hobbies. Just enjoy, man.
Perfect. Very laid back advice, Samir. I like that.
Yeah.
Everyone, thank you for being here with us, and all your comments and your great engagement through the chat. We really appreciate it. Don't forget the like button and the subscription of our channel. See you inside in about 44 minutes inside the Discord community. Come join us and be part of the tribe. See you next time. Bye bye.